project. I couldn't come up with a theme song, so this is the best we got. It's season 2, bringing shitty sports content to you. Fuck yeah!
It just keeps cutting
Season
out.
2! Season Goes!
Season 2.
Yeah,
Our mic qualities have not gotten better.
It may have gotten worse.
It just keeps cutting. It just keeps cutting.
I had a good fucking theme too.
Nah, we are.
Alright, well, hello, welcome everybody to the second season of the Untitled Sickles Project, and what better way to start our wonderful off-season conversations than something that is somewhat more organized than what we usually do.
What's that? Introducing ourselves?
Who gives a shit? They already know who we are. I'm Astora, and I make pizza.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm Car Sausage, and yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. Season 2.
Nobody knows what we're doing here.
Nobody.
We just decided that we meet up on Friday nights.
Back on Friday
And
nights
also-
again.
And also, I play a wicked air guitar.
Oh, dude, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're revamping ourselves for the '90s, bitch.
Yeah, alright. Oh, we...
live from the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee. Fucker.
I like the part where we go fishing. That was just crazy.
Yeah, I really like your how you're sitting on a cooler and not the chair the hotel provided for you.
Oh, fuck that.
Anyway, I do want to give some updates regarding the... Because, Season 2, some changes are coming. One of the ones that I think we're having is we're scrapping weather. It's gone.
On but not forgotten.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We're scrapping
much
weather,
that.
but we will bring out something else, like something 5-minute section that kind of as a kind of like a conversation starter. Well, not really, just to get us warmed up. But yeah, weather is gone, but we will bring something.
It was supposed to be meant for the welcome mat, but there's
Yeah.
The welcome mat has been sullied on, sadly.
Yeah, but
Yes, we're selling the welcome mat on Amazon.
no.
Yeah. Current highest bidder is 10 cents from my mom.
Also too. However, we have a new guest with us. Speaking of Amazon, Jeff Bezos. We would like to welcome Jeff Bezos here.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's about the extent of my Jeff Bezos impression.
I thought it was specifically like, we'll never unionize.
No, he has an actual
both
fucking
ugly.
evil laugh.
Holy shit, really?
Like it sounds like fucking menacing if you've ever heard it.
Oh my
Like-
god, no
He
way.
wanted to be the perfect. I will say this: if he wanted to be the perfect villain, he would have Kawhi Leonard's laugh.
Fucking based. Holy shit. Anyway, so, I want to have a welcome mat, but we'll save it for more, non-scripted. We don't have anything really scripted for today. Just purely for the reason, it would just me being angry about the maple laughs. But you know what? Tradition is tradition. Before we talk about football, it's time we have yet again something that the Leafs fans are just so sick and tired of. This team manages to find itself to constantly and constantly and constantly, and I shit you not, constantly find ways to yet embarrass themselves yet again. And for an early nomination of L of the Year, it seems that the Toronto Sports always seems to just find a way to get on this list time and time again by allowing a bottom-feeding Ottawa Senators team in our barn spank us around, and the cherry on top is some player, is it Riley Gregg, winds up a slap shot in front of the empty netter. I think that was absolutely hilarious, and the Leafs absolutely deserved every fucking ounce of it. I don't know why the Leafs Nation is so mad, and the fact that, yet again, the only man with any sort of passion to have a response to this is Morgan Riley, the guy that bleeds blue and white. The guy that seems to only give a rat's ass. I have Austin Matthews just chilling in the back going, hey, bro, I'm about to score 70 goals. And I'm going to be like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if I score 70 goals when we get bounced in the first round to just superior competition. As always, there's nothing in Toronto to separate about, especially when half our cap is dominated by 5 players, and we're going to have to come up with a middle six core, a defensive core, goaltending, and Marner's due for a raise. Do you think I want to pay Marner any more money than what he's owed? No, I want to send his ass away. Please, I don't want Mitch Marner on my team. Good Lord. These guys play like empty calories all the time. I mean, I don't mind. I love the response when, of course, winning back-to-back games. Sure, I guess that helps. But, Bobby McMahon scoring a hat trick. Sure, why not? Followed by Matthews continuing his massive torrid pace, only to get swept in the first round. I'm just sick and tired of seeing this team do the things I've seen every fucking year since Matthews became a fucking Leaf. And I'm sick and tired of it. This team exhausts me. I am exhausted watching this team. There's never a team that I have watched that exhausts me more than the fucking Maple Leafs. The Seahawks, I'm fine with whatever it is they do. I'm fine. I'm chilling. It's a fine experience. The Mariners, we haven't made it to the World Series, and they gutted a lot of franchise favorite players. And I'm still not mad about the Mariners. I'm going to be enjoying every second of the Mariners season. The Canucks I've stopped laughing at them, and I've enjoyed the Canucks hockey, because when the Canucks are good, this whole area, Lower Mainland, the Fraser Valley, it's more happy than they've been in a while, right? The Kraken, they're a new team that needs a superstar, and they'll be fine. But the fucking Maple Leafs, man, I'm tired. I'm exhausted by this team. This team exhausts me. It's not fun watching this team every year. I'm exhausted by them. They exhaust me. I'm never exhausted when watching sports, and yet these people exhaust me to all kingdom come. Being a Leafs fan is not fun. I will not make my kids Leafs fans. I'm gonna tell them become bandwagon jumpers, because you'll always be happy. Just don't be a Leafs fan. You'll be miserable like me all the time. And good Lord.
Oh,
Don't be a Leafs fan. Thank you.
What if they lose to the Ducks tomorrow?
Deserved.
Just get a Steve Dangle video. That's all I'm gonna say. Look, I'm just gonna say it. A lot of what Luke said about the Leafs, I could say the same thing about the Chicago Bulls front office. I just want to make this clear because it's been a bit now. It's been a bit, and I don't want to extend this welcome mat more than it's already been extended. But the Chicago Bulls front office is making Bulls fans miss Garpax. That should tell you
Ooh.
all.
Oh my
That should
god,
tell you
that is
all you need to fucking know. And it's just,
that's huge.
I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. That the word
Nick,
continuity is never gonna leave my head. It's never gonna be the same after how many times I've had to hear it be said with this Bulls team, and how many times I just have to see this front office sit around and do absolutely nothing. And all I'm gonna say to seal it off for people who don't pay attention to basketball, who don't give a shit, or just only care when some team does a funny. The Bulls haven't made a trade since July of 2021.
Wow.
I should tell you all you need to know.
Nick, you don't understand. The owners think this is doing great. Like Alex Caruso is still being White Mamba. Kobe White is gonna be an all-star and is going to be wasted for the next 10 years.
I do agree.
And we're
I don't disagree with you on that. I do not disagree with you on that.
No. I'm just saying. Like, I get your suffering. It's painful. Like, Kobe, we're working around a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan, which he's still playing really good at the top of his game.
Sounds
At the
like
same
he's
time,
worth
though,
some
there has
significant
been a
compensation.
cancer on this team that has yet to be traded and had multiple times to be traded when he was quote-unquote injured. But we didn't trade him because we're still waiting for Lonzo Ball to come back, when we just have to sit down and accept we're not getting Lonzo Ball back. We're not going to have him back. It was a one-time thing, and it blew up in our face, and we're still waiting for that to happen. We're not getting him back.
All I'm gonna say to sum it up is, yeah, I just hope to God that rumor that the Charlotte Hornets are gonna hire one of our top front office guys is true. Please free us. Like, you were owned by Michael Jordan for the majority of your entire existence. Like, you could do another gift for us again.
Damn.
I mean, let's be honest. When have the Charlotte Hornets been relevant? Last time I've heard of them being relevant was when they had like Larry Johnson in the '90s.
Yeah.
Well, as somebody who was born in 1996, the most memorable thing for me when it comes to the Charlotte Hornets is the 4chan story of some kid, diarrheaing himself over Hugo the Hornet.
What the fuck?
Have you never read that?
No.
I don't want to hear that.
I think that's a good sign. We need to move on from
Alright!
this.
Alright, we're all warmed up. Alright, so,
Come on,
Aiden, make sure you're in the Google spreadsheet. Don't forget to be in the Google spreadsheet. So, here's what we're gonna do. Today, to start off this NFL off season, we're going to take a look down memory lane. Good old take a trip down memory lane. Some of these people haven't been born yet, but we're still doing it. We are going to look at the best 20. We're going to look at the what ranking would we put 32 football teams if we looked at their history for the past 25 years. I think that's a good gauge we're going to look at. We're going to look and see who are the most successful teams of the quarter century. We're going to put them in a power ranking style lists. And we're gonna talk about them. Each of us have made our own different lists and stuff. And Aiden, you don't have to copy and paste it all at once. We're going to go one at a time.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
we're
Going one at a time.
Quickly, backspace. Undo.
Put the undo arrow.
Good. Okay.
We're gonna go.
I'm actually on the road right now, so I shouldn't be doing this.
Oh, don't worry, Aiden. You can just tell me who your list is. Look and just type it in.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Don't
so
worry, I got
We're just gonna go from left to right all the time, and yeah, we're gonna start. So for the 30-second team, I've put the there we go. The Cleveland, what the fuck phone? Brown. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. Cleveland Browns. There we go. I'm gonna put the Cleveland Browns at 32. Aiden, who's your 32?
Pudding. Let me just say it in a way that everyone knows, in honor of their past ownership. The culture is actually damn good.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
First upset of the night, and it's on number 32.
Alright, I thought we would have 32 the same. Okay, fair enough. Nick.
Alright, I'm going back to normalcy. Cleveland Browns, they've been... It's still insane. Wild to think how, for basically the majority of my life, the Cleveland Browns have always been literally the biggest punchline, or like the easiest punchline in sports. Like, they've always been like the most reliable punchline to like, oh yeah, that's what a poverty franchise looks like to the average, to, well, not even just a sports fan, like even non-sports fans are aware of how big of a joke the Cleveland Browns have been. And granted, it's gotten a bit better in the past couple of years, even if they still are very fucking stupid at times. But the Browns, considering the whole 21st century, how they've done since the year 2000, yeah, it speaks for itself with this franchise.
They have only won 33% of their games.
They are a factory of sadness. Oh shit! Sorry, I should.
We'll keep going. We'll get Tegan.
Well, I have another one, of course, later. But even then, Cleveland is just too low of a fruit to not pick. They are positively awful.
Awesome. Okay, there we go. Coolio. Spencer.
Wait, what about Ozma?
Oh wait, is Oz even in the? Ozzy, are you in the dock, buddy?
Ozma?
Oh boy.
Ozzy?
I'm here. Give me a moment.
Okay. Just make sure you get in the dock, buddy.
Give him the smiling friends treatment.
That's,
Give me a moment.
that's
A little bit busy. Okay. All right. Let me open up the sheet again.
yeah. So in the meantime, Spencer, who do you have at 32?
32. I'm looking. I have the Cleveland Browns. Come on, it's a given. Like, come on. I got someone even like. I'm very interested in Aiden's picking the Commanders, but I don't even think they're 31. So.
All right.
There's worse. There's much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
All right. On to me.
Yeah.
For me, it's got to be a team that's so synonymous with failure. Its stadium is literally nicknamed the Factory of Sadness. Give me the Cleveland Browns, who in their 25 in the years since 1999, they might be the only team to have one playoff game and 0 division titles, which is very bad considering it's 25 years, a quarter century, and you let the person who won a playoff game for you walk so you could sign a serial rapist who has been a contract bust. Meanwhile, it looks like the Texans are just eating your lunch as far as what they're doing with your draft capital. So fucking get ready to speak unemployment, Cleveland. You are still a factory of sadness.
And we have one more, and that is the sickle formula that I made. And with a score of negative 122.5, we have the Cleveland Browns.
Fair enough.
Wow.
couple of things I want to add with the Commanders being last. As interesting, this is just kind of something just against it. Just as interesting as the Commanders have been, they have had at least a couple chances in the playoffs. Now, there are fun fact, especially when I kind of was doing a deep dive into this. There are 4 teams that have yet to make it past the divisional round. Can you name what they are?
Ooh, me.
Spencer!
Are they the Cleveland Browns, the Miami Dolphins, the Washington Commanders, and the Dallas Cowboys?
Correctamundo!
Oh wait, the Houston Texans.
No, Houston
That's
Texans have
fine.
been it. They've been there. They've been to an AFC Conference Championship.
No, they haven't.
2011 they were against the Ravens.
No.
Nope.
No. Actually, no, they weren't. No.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was the Baltimore Ravens that the Patriots
Yeah, that
won
was the
against.
missed field goal. That was the missed field goal.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Billy Cundiff's last game. The Texans were eliminated the week before by the Patriots.
Oh, okay. I
Maybe that's how he rounded the
No, they were eliminated by Baltimore, I believe. Because I'm
Baltimore.
pretty sure
Oh, okay,
New England
'cause I
that year
thought-
eliminated Denver.
the year Baltimore went to the Super Bowl, I thought they beat Houston in the conference championship.
No, because
They
Matt,
beat New England.
Matt Schaub got injured, and they wasted Arian Foster's best year.
My bad. I must mix up those games because I knew the Ravens beat the Patriots, but I thought it was that divisional round, not the conference championship. Okay, it's my bad. Texans too, yeah, 5. Holy smokes, that's a lot of failure to go around.
Yeah, you should.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, spoiler alert for my bottom 5 teams here.
It's the one thing that, as much as bad as Dan, to think like before Dan Snyder took over, they were a pretty good football team before Dan, like their history wise, right? The Commanders were a good football team. To see what's happened now, ugh.
And it's funny that you chose 1999 as the first year because that was the year he bought Washington.
I mean, it was
I got Washington last.
25 years, kind of 1999, kind of, and that kind of bottle wraps up in that bow.
Let's not forget, we're talking about the same man who also ran Six Flags into the ground.
Yeah, fuck him for ruining Astro World and the one in New Orleans.
Yeah. But now,
I mean, granted, I've come to realize that anyone who's named Dan Snyder is a piece of shit. I've come to realize that.
Yeah.
Dan Schneider is not Dan Snyder, but he is a piece of shit though.
Actually, there's an exception. There's like the guy who played for the Thrashers who died in a car accident. He was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for the Cleveland Browns, one of the things that I really wanted to take a look into, probably why I put the Browns, the big reason that I put the Browns at 32. I looked at what I would see them in the next 5 years, and my future for them is bleak.
Oh yeah.
It's just the AFC North is such a tough division that even if they are like a above average team, they still would probably go 2-4 in the division.
Like, the one thing too is there's always this theory. I feel like every year since 1999 the Cleveland Browns have gotten better, but the other teams in the NFC North have gotten way better. They've risen the bar. Your only hope for Cleveland is that somewhere in the magical Santa sack that they have is an ounce of skill that he had when he was in Houston. I hope not, because, it's more funnier if the Browns are just bad for a while. But, for Cleveland, the easiest answer in the world was just blame the fact that he just injured his throwing shoulder. He was just injured. That was your easiest scapegoat out there. there's many teams that would easily look at their franchise quarterback and go, oh, it's because he was injured. If they would have said that, I guarantee you the Browns would would probably make the playoffs with Baker Mayfield. It'd be interesting to see how far he goes. Now, in my opinion, I think Baker's more suited for Tampa Bay. It's warmer weather. The guy thrives in warm weather. So,
Yep, I agree.
it's worked out for
Really
Baker.
sad thing. The truly sad thing, though, about Baker not being in Cleveland is that we no longer get the "At Home with Baker Mayfield" commercials.
Yeah.
But
That's the saddest part.
We should get the commercials for House Arrest with Deshaun Watson, but
agreed. That's
Pretty
base.
much gonna be Halloween snow.
All right. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to add about the Browns? Since I guess the group vote is Cleveland for 32.
I mean, for the Browns, I'd say, spoiler alert, just saying. I'll explain to you why I put Washington below Cleveland in my next bit.
All right. So on to 31. 31. I have the Washington Commanders.
And
Not
31,
that coming.
I'm sure y'all expected this. The Cleveland Browns are 31. Now, I'll be honest, when I was ranking those two teams, I was kind of like dicey. Should I put Washington below or should I put Cleveland below? I mean, it was probably just me thinking, oh, it's too much low hang to put Cleveland below. And to be honest, Cleveland could easily be 31 or 32 given how much of a shit top franchise they've been. They've won only a third of their fucking games ever since their revival. Let's say Jimmy Haslam is a fucking terrible owner. 0-16, they're the factory of sadness. They're fucked because of Deshaun. Because of fucking Deshaun. And, you know, it's easy to put them at number 32, but the reason why I put them 31 over the Commanders is, I don't know, just my opinion, I think the Commanders had way more drama in the ownership and management realms. Like, I guess that the Commanders have had moments where they've been okay. However, it's just their endless drama. Their culture is just, it's not damn good. It's fucking horrible. Shitty stadium. One big Dan Snyder dude owned the team for like 24 goddamn years. Like spitting on the legacy of Sean Taylor. All that shit. What else? Driving away fucking Trent Williams, a guy who was one of the best left tackles in the league. They basically botched like a routine medical procedure, and then he proceeds to go to SF and wreck serious shit. Like, the Commanders have just been drama overload. The Browns would be fucking terrible, but the Commanders are terrible. We've had the drama. That's why I put the Browns at 31 and the Commanders at 32.
Well,
That's
I mean,
basically my...
one thing I want to add too, don't forget the staph infections with the Cleveland Browns.
and the staph infection known as Johnny Football.
Yeah.
That's true. Let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Browns and Commanders. It's I want to say 31A and 31B because they're both two sides of the shit coin. Maybe I just want to be different. But yeah, they're both shitty teams. Cleveland is at 31. That's fun.
All right. I believe it's Nick.
Yes, and regarding number 31, all that needs to be said is this. The culture is actually damn good. Aiden said it best. Aiden said it best about how much of a shit show the Washington Commanders franchise has been for the longest time, ever since Dan Snyder bought the team, and I feel it's very fitting that we are doing this in an age where he is no longer the owner of the team, because it really puts into a time capsule just how much of a disgrace the Commanders franchise was. Not just on the field. I mean, only one playoff win in this, in the 21st century. Like, that's not a great sign already. The fact that you haven't gotten to the NFC Championship game, and I mean, obviously, you're you're basically known. Your franchise is known as a quarterback killing franchise, like especially what happened with RG3. And it's just there's so much endless controversy with this team. Like if you were to do like a full-length documentary regarding every controversy featuring Dan Snyder's tenure with the Washington Commanders, like it would literally go on for like probably like 10 hours. You'd have that much content available. So yep, that's really explains it. This team explains itself for why they're so low.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for Trent Williams, Washington. We sincerely thank you for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Nick Man is thankful for Montez Sweat.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
me and Nick just 25
Damn,
mil,
that's
and we still have so much
crazy.
cap
That's
space, man.
crazy.
I know, we can't forget Tegan too. We can't forget
Don't
him.
forget
Oh yeah,
Taken.
and Spencer,
The
you thank
Bears fan Tegan, by the way.
him for Kirk's fat dumpy.
I will get to the whole cousin thing when I get to the Commanders on my list.
All right. Tegan, who's your 31?
I had to really debate it over for a while for this one, but to me, I hadn't had enough. I have the Detroit Lions.
What?
Let me explain. The future is very bright in Detroit, but as someone who looked throughout the entire years up until now, this has been one season of great success. Only one.
It's because of this season they're not 32.
Yes, so putting them at 31 seemed only fair.
Damn.
I think I need a little bit more.
I mean, don't
I
get
think
me.
one, like the only reason why I'm saying this is because in my head I'm thinking, okay, the 2018 Bears looked like a group that was setting up to take over the division, and yet the year after they completely fell off the cliff. So the only reason why they're here is because there's not enough to go off of, and the past of Detroit is
I
just
mean, don't get
way
me
too
wrong.
awful to overlook.
Right? I think Detroit making it to the conference championship is very commendable. That has skyrocketed them. And just in my list alone, not like high. Like if Detroit Lions, let's say they were bounced in the wild card, they would be 31 in my list. 100% they'd be 31. But I think their future is really good. I want them to do what they did and do it again.
I will say this. I will say this only. Who are the only two teams to go 0-16 in a single NFL year?
Browns.
Cleveland and Detroit.
Browns and Detroit.
Fair enough.
Literally, I could not overlook that.
Fair
I
enough.
just could not.
Fair enough.
All right. Who is your 32?
I think we really forgot about this team, and to be honest, that does says a lot about the team more than anything. But I have, for 31, I have the Oakland Raiders, or Las Vegas Raiders. Come on. Let's not lie. They haven't done anything in the last 25 years. No, like, what really have they done? Huh?
Spoiler, I got. Yeah.
What?
They haven't done much, but spoilers. Spoilers on the Raiders. You'll know. You'll see.
Raiders are just a very forgettable team that just suck year after year after year. Oh yeah, they made a Super Bowl. Yeah, earning 2022.
That's because that's why they're high up, because they've done something that 12 other teams in my list just hasn't. But to be fair too, I don't have the Raiders particularly high up, but it's because they were very competitive in the really competitive in the early 2000s.
Like, I'll say this, here's the thing, Super Bowl inflation in these rankings are going to be very important
Yeah.
for these teams.
Mhm.
That's all
Yeah,
I'm going
but
to say.
even if they made the Super Bowl after that, everything turned ugly, and I mean really ugly. This team sucked like the next year, right? Like, and it turned really ugly that they didn't make the playoff. I think they didn't make the playoffs till like 2015, right?
2016, but yeah.
16, yeah. And even they made it in 2016, and the window that they apparently had never appeared. Really,
Mhm.
they were
Yeah,
nearly
2016 they
Leo.
made it, but they were dead on water because Derek Carr suffered an injury that he really never fully recovered from.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, but our window's open." No, it
And
never
then they
was.
went
There
to
was
New
never a
York
coherent
Guardian
team.
legend Matt McGloin, who injured himself, and they went to Connor Cook.
Yeah, it's just no. They've done absolutely nothing of note, and like, what really like, and then the drama, and then the hirings. It was this team was. This is why I have them 31. This team after that Super Bowl was set to fail. Right.
Okay.
All the other teams at least try to, some hirings were good. This team, like, look at the Commanders, 2012 coaching staff, right? Like, hey, that's like big positives, right? But this team was always set to fail. The decisions from the top, like, don't get me wrong, Dan Snyder's decisions were from the top were bad, but at the same time, he went for flashy names, right? Even though he wasn't coherent. This was Oakland. They went for hirings that never made sense. Like, come on, they didn't make sense, and that's why I have them at 31. Right? They were always set up to fail. Just on a personnel standpoint.
Never forget the fat fuck known as Tom Cable. That's all
Don't
that
need that.
needs to be said.
Or Josh McDaniels, or Art Shell 2.0, or John Gruden 2.0,
Don't need
or
that.
Or Dennis Allen.
Not develop shit for years. They couldn't develop anything. At least the Commanders developed some decent players.
And then
Right?
they've injured them because their field's so garbage.
Oakland couldn't develop jack shit. That's why I have Oakland 31. Like, yes, you made a Super Bowl. After that, it was probably the dark age for Raiders fans.
Yo,
And
Oz, are
mean-
you
I mean-
eating something?
Huh? Yeah, I'm eating puffs, like Chester puffs, puff corn.
Bruh, eating on a podcast is like a big faux pas, bro. Like, it's season 2. We gotta step it up.
Genius.
I mean, I'm gonna say this.
I'm
Though,
hungry.
I want to say this regarding the Raiders, though. It was mentioned how, 2016 they made it, but it came at a cost. Yeah, the other time they made the playoffs, 2021, can only be described as one of the most drama-filled seasons in NFL history.
Mhm.
Like, every time this team has something finally good going for them, there's always a cost. A major one, a major cost that ends up overshadowing things.
I mean, the one thing too I want to mention about the Raiders is how many failed rebuilds have they just gone through? It's been failed rebuild after failed rebuild after failed rebuild. I felt like they brought in GMs who just haven't decided to try and build upon what they have when they just need another piece. Just scrap everything. Like the team who was the GM before that was hired before TV Man? Was it Richard McKenzie?
Hold on. I'll look this
I think
up.
it was something Rob McKenzie or someone on the line. Who?
Come on. GM was
Reggie McKenzie.
Reggie. Yeah, Reggie McKenzie.
Reggie McKenzie. Reggie McKenzie, who probably had the best team built, right? You have a franchise defensive lineman. You have a quarterback that is at the helm for the next 10 years. Franchise wide receiver. They sent that all away. And you know what all those picks got? Was Josh Jacobs. Everybody else is not on the is a bust. Maybe except for, ironically, the John Gruden's first pick, who turned out okay at least. But like everybody else was horrible, right? The team that the man had successfully built to all you just needed was a coach just really push him forward, and John Gruden tore it all down. And when John Gruden left, they're tearing it down again. Like it's just a failed
It really
rebuild.
says something how like the 2020 draft class for the Raiders was so bad that like just about all their talent, all the picks from that draft were gone 1 year later for a multitude of reasons. But I remember hearing this when Spencer, I believe he said this about, like Sean Payton when he became the Broncos coach, and how it's like coaches who take time off, they will be very like rusty when they come back, and a lot of times it doesn't go well. Well, yeah, the Raiders saw that. They knew about that. That like all going back to 2018, they knew about that, and they said, you know what? Let's hire a head coach who hasn't coached a game in a decade.
Yeah, let's get Mr. Spider 2Y Banana back for the feels.
I mean,
and then
and here's the
Monday
thing.
night was ruined.
I'm fine
If
when
you think a coach is rusty after 1 year off, imagine a decade.
Big time. I mean, the one thing that it works when you win, and the thing is, the Raiders were when they were actually hitting their stride, they were a good team until like the last 5 weeks of the season, and then they just all fell apart. But who knows? Maybe I hope Antonio Pierce can break the cycle. They have just one problem though. His name is Patrick Mahomes. Have fun with him for the next 10 years.
To have.
They're doomed for the next 10 years tops. Doomed.
Yeah.
Let's get to Spencer.
All right, Spencer.
All right. So my number 31 may shock and surprise you. Legitimately, you guys might not have seen this one coming, but I also didn't foresee Paramount Plus making a funny commercial with Peppa Pig and Hey Arnold and the quarterback of this team. I'm of course talking about the Miami Dolphins. No,
I can respect that. I can
I can understand that. I mean,
I
Tua
think it's
hasn't
bit
won
of
a game
don't
in the
think they're this
playoffs.
low. I don't think they're this low, but honestly, yeah, like if you take a look at their history in the 21st century, there is at least like a 10% argument.
Three words though. One division title.
That was off the Wildcat year, right?
Yeah, they won the division off the year where they said, "Fuck it, nobody's quarterback." And
Yeah, and that was also the year where Matt Castle was the Patriots quarterback.
Yeah.
yeah, so
And here's the thing too. Was that the year the Patriots missed the playoffs and they went 11-5?
Yeah, they went. Yeah.
Wow.
Hang on. Let me list off all the. A lot of people. They're like, the Miami Dolphins. They're not that bad. But it's like,
They've been very bad. They've been pretty bad.
Let me read off the quarterbacks that they've had since their
Dan Marino. Didn't Dan Marino? Since Dan Marino. I want the Dan Marino since Dan Marino.
All right, Jay Fielder.
Ooh.
Damon Huard.
Oh, what? Who?
Yeah, this guy was a backup who spent 3 years with the Dolphins, a year with the Frankfurt Galaxy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Three more years riding the pine with the Patriots. 4 years riding the pine with the Chiefs. And then spent the 2009 season with the 49ers. Yeah, then we get Ray Lucas in 2002. Brian Greasy, who was
Ugh.
yuck,
Yuck.
the son of Bob Greasy. AJ Feely,
Yuck.
Sage Rosenfels.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not gonna get better. Gus Farrat. Dante Culpepper.
Nick Culp.
Joey
Yeah, hold on.
Harrington.
Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure I remember something about the Dolphins choosing Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees.
Yeah, they chose Dante over Drew Brees, and look how that turned out. We're still not done yet. Because we're still
That's
Joey
2006-ish. We're
Yeah.
2006-ish. Holy shit.
Yeah, Joey Harrington. Remember Joey Harrington? Cleo Lemon. Who, if you don't remember him, he was bad.
Keep going.
Trent Green in 2007, our year of our fucking Lord, 2007.
Ew. Okay, keep going.
John Beck, whoever that is.
Yeah.
And then, hey, we finally got a season where another season where a quarterback started all 16 games. And his name is Jad Pennington.
Oh my god.
They would not repeat that success because in 2009 he'd get injured after 3 games, and here comes Chad Henne. Chad Henne, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, at least they're going with like more names that I kind of understand. At least.
No, you're not gonna say that after I say this next one. Do you remember a guy by the name of Tyler Thigpen?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
They would be bad backups in the CFL.
Oh my god. If I can't remember any of these names, it's bad.
Here's
Make a
one.
player guys.
Matt Moore, you might remember him.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And then we got 4 solid years out of Ryan Tannehill.
Hey, something.
And
And then
then
he
Jay
got
Cutler.
injured. Yep, 2016 he gets injured. In comes Matt Moore. 2017 he gets injured in the preseason. So here comes Jay fucking Cutler.
I tried to
Dolphins
retire.
legend Jay Cutler.
Yeah, the guy who famously for one Wildcat formation just fucking stood there. Then Ryan, and then along comes Brock fucking Osweiler at the end of his career. And then we got Ryan Fitzpatrick, and then Josh Rosen.
Yeah, remember when Josh Rosen was traded to the Dolphins?
We
Yeah.
thought he was going to save them. That was just a waste of a second pick.
And then we got Tua Tagovailoa, who is maybe the future of this franchise.
I like to think so.
Jacoby Brissett. 2 more to go. Teddy Bridgewater and Skylar Thompson. You know, we've had some real stinkers, and I didn't even mention the postseason.
Ugh.
Could I say something about the Dolphins just real quick?
Yeah.
I want to mention in 2019, their leading rusher was Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And also, this is as far as culture, Stephen Ross, you know, he allegedly, because this was not proven in a thing of court, he allegedly tried to pay Brian Flores $100,000 a loss to lose games so he could get to a Tagovailoa. And he also allegedly kicked out Brian Flores for those suspicious reasons. So you kind of have to wonder what's going on in that front office, right?
Or just to the
Yeah.
owner,
I wanna
Art
know if
Ross.
that-
Or, sorry, Stephen
The
Ross.
last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, the Kingdom was still operational.
Here's one. The last time the Miami Dolphins won a playoff game, the Twin Towers were still standing.
Bro,
Oh
bro.
my fucking god!
Bro.
Freaking
That's
Raiders.
wow.
The fucking Raiders won a playoff game more recently than the Dolphins. Let that sink in.
No,
The goddamn Cleveland Browns, all the way at the bottom, have won a playoff game more recently than the Dolphins.
You might have a point. I might have to. God fucking damn it. Oh well. Well, that's the Dolphins.
I've explained myself. Yay!
That's a fair point. Fair point. All right. What's your Tegan? What's your sickle score?
The sicko score, with a grand total of negative 95 points, we have Detroit.
Okay. All right. So my 30th team. Give it up for the butt fumble. It's the New York Jets. All they have done is make 2 conference championships back to back. The franchise was the best era of New York Jets football. I don't see this team going realistically anywhere in the next at all. I don't think they have the thing is their only credit that I will give to the Jets is they have they're stable-ish in the front office. They actually give them a chance to do something. They give the coaches a really long leash. They usually let them play out for a lot longer than they should have, which is, a credit to, the organization. At least they're relatively patient. But sometimes there's a thing called being, maybe just a little bit too patient in my books. And, the butt fumble is the butt fumble. They enjoyed a whopping 5 plays of Aaron Rodgers. They bought a used toy from the garage sale and broke it the first second it walked through the door. And the right side is he should be back and ready to go. The bad news is you have Patrick Mahomes in your conference and Josh Allen and Tua Tagovailoa. Good luck. The AFC is as cutthroat as ever. It's only going to get more cutthroat. And if you're the Jets, you have to find a way to, elevate yourselves. And this team just has never had the chance to elevate themselves. Period.
And that's on period.
Period. All right. Aiden!
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this right now. The autumn wind is a Raider, and it's been completely other dog shit ever since that Super Bowl loss. They've been an endless cavalcade of drama, ineptitude, and missed opportunities. It says a lot of things that they've been absolutely irrelevant for the past decade or so. Just Asa and Nick Manaray said much about them, and they're a team that instead of trying to build like a new core, a new era of success, they're a team that tries to revive the past. John Gruden and Art Shell, anyone? It's a team that's supposed to have the arrogance of the old Raider teams of the 70s and 80s, but they're just as ineffective as they've always been. And every time they do something good, they just get fucked over either by themselves or by outside forces. And it's kind of sad considering that they used to have the best winning percentage in the NFL until the year 2000. Seriously. To see them go from that to this is just disheartening. So I put them at third to the last. Book it.
Nick?
Yes, it is my turn. And there's a lot of teams, I mean, plenty of options, but like, there's many ways you can go about number 30. But for me, there's one season in particular that seals this team to be number 30 on this list. 0-16, 2008, the Detroit Lions are number 30 on my list. And look, I love what they've done in recent years. I love what Dan Campbell's doing for this team. Dan planned supremacy. We all know how this goes. But good God, like were right the Lions are right up there. Before recent years, the Lions were right up there with the Cleveland Browns for who can be the biggest laughing stock in sports. It was such an easy joke to make the Detroit Lions. That's all you had to say, and people would understand the joke. Because good God, the Detroit Lions for the longest time have just been really an accurate representation of the city of Detroit in terms of just being bankrupt. A bankrupt team on the field that can't come close to matching the greatness that it once had, which in terms of the Lions here, that was back when Dwight Eisenhower was president. So, and I mean the Lions, in terms of, I mean as I've said, they're improving. They're showing that this team can very well be the brand new Lions. I really do hope that they do turn around, even as a fan of a division rival. But my God, when you go 0-16 in a season in the 21st century, you deserve to be near the bottom. So it explains a lot as to why the Lions are my number 30 team.
Okay.
All right, Tegan, who's your number 30?
So first I want to preface, this team didn't have to be this low. With a little bit better coaching, with a little bit better management of players, we could be talking something different about this team. In fact, maybe if things click right instead of wrong, in 2013, we might see an entirely different franchise. However, the Washington Commanders have shown time and time again that they're just okay with being bad. Granted, Dan Snyder has shown that, and the owners are making moves to change that. But I don't know how you could put a team who has shown that they don't care above anything other than the fact that there are two teams in this league that have not won a single game in a season. So Washington is my 30th pick, and this is just a reminder, this doesn't have to be right here. This could have been prevented. Maybe you don't ruin RG3. Maybe you keep your talents and look at your coaches more. Maybe you just give a shit about football. And maybe something different happens. But clearly, they don't. But hopefully this new ownership will show that they give a shit.
Ownership. That's a Freudian slip if I ever heard one.
Ownership.
I mean, it's the best way to describe them. Their ownership.
Ownership. That's good.
I would expect myself to make that mistake, but you know what? Thanks for doing it for me.
That's funny.
As Daniel.
God.
Oh no, Ozzo's dead again.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God! They killed Ozza.
The man,
I'm
You
not
bastard.
the man is
I'm
on
not
his risk
dead.
of brain grind.
I am. I'm listening to you guys, and I'm
Alright.
okay. Well, all right, number 30. Oh yeah, okay. Come on, it's a repeat. Washington Commanders. We've all talked about it, and to be honest, my opinion is the
I
same.
haven't yet.
Badly run franchise, right? That they had potential, but never could reach there because there was no chemistry, and it was incoherent roster and personnel, and horrible decisions up top. And yeah, number 30, right there.
Alright.
and that it's gonna be a three-peat. I'm going to pick the Washington Redskins. Sorry, football team. No, hang on a second. Commanders. Yeah. Regime that's so bad they had to change their name twice, and maybe even a third time. A team that has trotted out maybe as many quarterbacks as the Cleveland Browns. I don't know if it's that many, but it's certainly up there. We can go through the list if you're interested, but I know for a fact that they wasted Kirk Cousins' career because Dan's almost wasted his career because Dan Snyder had a boner for RG3 and how much he could use his legs that one season before they went kerslap in that one playoff game against the Seahawks. No offense, Luke.
Man, I'm taken. I'm surprised if healthy RG3 beats Seattle that year.
Yeah. So yeah, they do all that, but they keep trotting him out, even though you have a guy who would go on to, put up really good numbers, and you have a coaching staff who, let's be honest, can get really good numbers out of their offense, but no, they keep trotting out RG3 because, my athlete or whatever. And surprise, surprise, Cousins has a really good 2015, a decent 2016 and 17, and they respond by 2 franchise tags and then jettisoning his ass out for Alex Smith, which they had to trade a 3rd round pick for. By the way, even though
they also have to give up a promising corner too.
Yeah, Kendall Fuller. They gave up Kendall Fuller to the Chiefs too. And that move forever changed the Minnesota Vikings because it feels like ever since then we have gotten our franchise quarterback, for better or for worse, and I've really liked what he's done in Minnesota, even though we haven't won the big one yet. But I think everybody, the right people stay healthy. I think Cousins has a chance to, give Snyder the ultimate middle finger move. And now, some guys who played quarterback for the Washington Commanders starting in 1999. Brad Johnson, Jeff George, Tony Banks, Shane Matthews, Patrick Ramsey, Danny Werfel, Tim Hasselbeck, no, not Matt Hasselbeck,
his brother,
Mark Brunell, Jason Campbell, Todd Collins, Donovan McNabb,
Ooh.
Rex Grossman,
Ooh.
John Beck again,
Ooh.
RG3, Kirk Cousins, Colt McCoy, Alex Smith, Josh Johnson, Mark Sanchez in goddamn 2018.
Yeah, remember fucking Washington legend Mark Sanchez.
Case Keenum, Dwayne Haskins, Kyle Allen, Taylor Heineke, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Garrett Gilbert, Carson Wentz, and Sam Howell.
You forgot Jacoby Brissett.
Brissett never started, actually.
No, he
never
did.
started.
Never mind.
Yeah, started.
These are just the starters.
Yeah, extra punishment should be given to Washington for the fact that they basically killed Ryan Fitzpatrick's career in one play.
Yeah. And also shame on you for starting the Sanchez in 2018, bro.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the
was-
game they started him, they lost like 40-16 or something against
Oh,
the Giants.
on that wasn't that the game where Adrian Peterson had like an 80-yard touchdown to open the game too?
Let me see what game Sanchez was the quarterback for.
Because I know he played against the Giants that year and he did fucking awful.
But Adrian Peterson had an 80-yard touchdown to open.
No,
the
it was against the Eagles. It was against the Eagles, and he lost 28-13. And Adrian Peterson had a 90-yard rushing touchdown.
Yeah, that.
It was like, yeah, and other than that, Mark Sanchez went 13 for 21, 100 yards, and 1 interception. Yeah,
Yeah,
so...
I just remember like Sanchez was so bad he got benched for Josh Johnson.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, for the formula, I think we're gonna have a elongated discussion about this one. But coming in with negative 67.5 points, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars.
We'll talk more about them when we start listing.
Yeah, we'll get to them in a little bit.
We'll get to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to them. But Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, 29 for me. It is the Las Vegas / Oakland Raiders. Failing rebuilds of failing rebuilds of failing rebuilds. Surely a rebuild will hit at some point for them. They don't have a quarterback. Their daddy is Patrick Mahomes. Have fun for the next 10 years. Aiden.
I'm gonna say it in a way that y'all will understand. Suck. But yeah, the struggles of the Jets have been well documented. I mean, to be fair, in the 2010s, in the 2000s, I mean, I'd say they were bad, but not horrifically bad, kind of mid. I mean, they were okay during the Chad Pennington era, and they did have 2 playoff appearances with Mark Sanchez, but you know what? If there's one thing that's synonymous with the Jets franchise, harken back to 2012 Thanksgiving. What should be a routine handoff to the fullback was screwed up by Mark Sanchez. Went the wrong way, and not realizing that he screwed up, he just thought, you know what, might as well run by himself. And then the greatest thing happened. They could well guess what happened.
He ran into a butt.
Yep, he ran into Brandon Moore's buttocks and lost
Is that
the
why they call
football.
it the butt fumble?
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically,
I didn't know that.
I could talk about all the failed draft picks, all the failed coaches, all the complete shit pile things that this franchise has done. But you know, honestly, if you guys just want to know the experience of being a Jets fan, watch the butt fumble.
Yeah, Urinating Tree already did a great video on his franchise.
Yeah, the butt fumble is just the perfect play to sum up the New York Jets. It's the perfect play to sum them up as a franchise.
Again, what better way to use it than 5 plays with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback?
I mean, seriously, on a more meta standpoint, think about it. The butt fumble was like a failed handoff. It was basically a failed execution and a failed attempt to try and make something out of it that wound up into more and more failure. If that doesn't describe the Jets as an organization, I don't know what else.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Nick, who's your 29?
Anyway. Number 29. No, there's been some good teams mentioned that I haven't mentioned yet, but speaking of one of those teams that I feel like no one's, well, outside of just a couple minutes ago, was directly referenced, but for the majority of their existence, this team has felt like the forgotten child in the NFL. And by saying the forgotten child, anyone who watches Urinane Tree should know who I'm about to mention here. The Jacksonville Jaguars. This team, this franchise, actually got off to a good start. They were a pretty respectable franchise to start off their, expansion years. I mean,
Yeah, Mark Brunell
coming
was a
around-
great quarterback for them.
Yeah, Mark Brunell coming in the 90s, of course 1996 when they, beat the Denver Broncos in the divisional round in one of the biggest upsets in NFL history. I mean, they made it to the AFC title game in just their second year of existence, and that should be great. That's a great sign of things to come, and 1998 and 99 obviously still showed that, even if they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. But obviously, we're talking about the 21st century here, and since that AFC title game loss to the Titans in 1999, the Jaguars have made the playoffs a total of 4 times. They have made the playoffs a total of 4 times, and they have won. They've won 4 total playoff games. So fitting numbers right there. But good God, it feels like whenever this team is not in the playoffs, they are somehow finding ways to be either forgettable in the most just forgotten way possible, or try and be the most embarrassing team in the league. And trust me, there have been plenty of embarrassments with this franchise that any Jaguars fans will tell you has been absolute hell to root for this team. And basically, I'm sure some Jaguar fans at many points have questioned how the hell did this even become an NFL team? Because you look at their quarterbacks. Let's look at their quarterbacks after Mark Brunell. You had some good stability, and well, before the good stability came and David Gerard and Byron Leftwich, they had Jonathan Quinn for one game, which just one game. That's just an outlier. But let's go after David Gerard and see who they've had. Todd Borman, Trent Edwards. They both started one game apiece. Nothing really big to talk about here. But good God, when we get into the 2010s, it just
I know
gets so
exactly
fucking
who you're
bad.
talking about.
I feel like this.
Blaine Gabbert.
Blaine fucking Gabbert.
Oh my
Who,
God.
by the way, one of my cousins knows who Blaine Gabbert is, and from what I've heard, this is what one of my cousins said. Blaine Gabbert himself knows he fucking sucks. That should
Whoa
tell
there,
you a lot.
motherfucker!
He
Like,
can
he
throw
knows-
a football better than me.
Oh yeah, he can.
he's
Absolutely.
Super
And he's a
Bowl
Super Bowl
champion.
champion. He is a Super Bowl. This was before he was a Super Bowl champion too.
Yeah,
by the way,
and,
so I'm sure
let
those
me-
things have changed.
And of course, they traded up for Blaine Gabbert. In exchange, they got the Washington got the 16th and 49th pick, which the Washington team turned into Ryan Kerrigan.
Kerrigan's a good player.
Let's see, and a whole bevy of other picks like Leonard Hankerson.
What was the quarterback class for the Blaine Gabbert year?
First
That was Cam
overall,
Newton.
Cam
Newton, Jake
Jake
Locker.
Locker,
Oh, that was
Christian
that year.
Ponder.
That,
Christian
I
Ponder.
feel like the quarterback class that Jacksonville actually selects a quarterback before they got Trevor Lawrence were just bad quarterback draft class. Like I
Well,
remember.
I mean, there was Andy.
Hold on. I want to continue with this.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
Let's look at their other quarterbacks. Speaking of Jaguar legends, remember Luke McCown?
my
Oh, Josh
God.
McCown's brother.
He started a
Yeah,
game.
Luke McCown, who all I can say is watching Jaguar Gators 9 video can only be described as one of the worst quarterbacks he's ever seen.
Oh no.
And seeing how much footage he's seen, that's probably saying something. Hey, Chad Haney's on here. That can only mean good things coming. Good God. Blake Bortles.
Ugh.
Freaking Blake Bortles. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that 2018 season soon. Remember Cody Kessler?
Yeah.
Gardner
Kessler.
Minshew. I mean, the fact that Gardner Minshew might be a top 3 quarterback in Jaguars history could really say some things.
It does.
What you know
Oh, yeah,
about some
remember-
Jake Luton too?
Jake
Yeah,
Luton.
Jake Luton,
Yeah, he did
Nick
see-
Foles, Mike
I
Glennon.
I remember
Oh.
when the Jaguars signed Nick Foles, and I was immediately like, oh shit, they way overpaid for that guy.
Yeah, and
Like-
also along with Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Beathard. So like, there's been a shit ton of quarterbacks. Like, it's been a quarterback roulette for the Jaguars ever
Yeah.
since they've
What?
entered the 2010s.
What?
And it really says something. Hold on. I want to say this. It really says it fits really well with how their record has gone in the 2010s and beyond. Because I will say, if we were just looking at the 2000s, the Jaguars would not be close to the bottom. But good fucking god, look how bad this gets in the 2010s. Like 2011, 5-11, 2012, 2-14, 2013, 4-12, 2014, 3-13, 2015, 5-11, 2016, 3-13, 2017, you did something great. You went 10-6 and you were so close to beating New England. You freaking launched the Steelers in the days of our Steelers. Greatness is absolutely coming Jacksonville's way. And then Saxonville Abbey happens the following year, and we all know how that 2018 season went.
This
And
episode is
frickin'
brought to you by Saxon.
2019, 6-10, 2020, the tank for Trevor, which, for the most part was actually a season that may have been one of the most exciting seasons in Jaguars history. But all that excitement was completely thrown into a fire when you hired Urban Meyer. And that's all that needs to be said about that. This is the franchise that hired Urban Meyer as an NFL head coach.
Pretty much the only good thing that came out of Urban Meyer was that time Dave Rapocchio drew that image of him grinding a dolphin.
Yeah, and it really says something that the Jaguars' second best coach in their franchise history is Jack Del Rio. Like, their best coach outside of Tom Coughlin is Jack Del Rio. And that's really kind of saying something, because look at their other coaches outside of Urban Meyer. Mike Mularkey, Gus Bradley, Doug Marrone. Like, good God. And I mean,
Peterson.
I will say,
Doug Pearson's fine so far.
Let me
He's
say
fine.
this. Let me say this. I want to say this because I do want to say this about Jacksonville. Look at the season. If this season had ended differently, I would have not placed them fourth. I would not place them 29th. But my God, we have not given Jacksonville enough fucking shit for how this season ended. 8-3 to 9-8 and out of the playoffs, and you got eliminated by your father. And by their father, I'm obviously talking about Derrick Henry. Which actually was a very fitting farewell, given that was probably his last game in a Titans uniform.
I think also like the funniest.
Own the Jaguars one last time.
The funniest thing is also like Derrick Henry's like his breakout games have been against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they've been absolutely hilarious all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
I look at
and
what was the 28? What was the draft QB draft class for the year they drafted Blake Bortles like? Because I feel like Jacksonville's like biggest reasons for failures is they picked the quarterback in the wrong quarterback draft class.
Well, let's.
Hold on. I got it. Blake Bortles was the first quarterback taken in the 2014 draft class. The second one would be taken with the 22nd pick. Johnny Football.
Oh my God! It's the Teddy Bridgewater was 32.
Yep, Teddy Bridgewater, Derek Carr, 36.
Oh.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo with the 62nd pick.
They've been okay. These are okay quarterbacks though. This is better than 2011's quarterback class.
Then Logan Thomas, who has since converted to tight end.
Yeah.
Well,
It just says something.
my thing with it is I feel like Jacksonville just, when it's their time to take a quarterback, they don't wait for like a really good quarterback class. Like imagine if they're in a position in 2013 to take someone like a Ryan Tannehill or a Russell Wilson.
I don't know about Tannehill. Well, Tannehill would be better than what they've had, but I mean,
Well,
Russell Wilson would have definitely been.
2013 might have been even more dire at quarterback, dude.
Yeah, that was bad. Well,
Well-
Wilson wasn't 2013. He was 2012.
Yeah, let me read the 2013 quarterbacks, just so you can see how dismal it was. E.J. Manuel,
Oh God!
Geno Smith, Mike Glennon,
Oh.
Matt Barkley, Ryan Nassib, Tyler Wilson, Landry Jones,
Yeah.
Brad Sorensen.
Yeah.
I-
I
it's
feel
just-
like until Trevor Lawrence, they haven't gotten themselves into a good draft class at all. Even with like Trevor Lawrence, you take Trevor Lawrence out of the 2020 draft class, every single one of them are going to be playing for different teams next year.
I
Theoretically.
agree, but here, I want to say this about Trevor. I want to say this because, yeah, I agree. I mean, Trevor Lawrence will, unless something really bad happens, Trevor Lawrence will be the best quarterback the Jags have had.
Mhm.
However, it needs to be said that even with Trevor Lawrence, the Jaguars still find a way to be the same old Jaguars because I'm gonna be honest.
He's been
This is my
disappointing.
take here. Yeah, through 3 seasons, he's been disappointing in my opinion, and I don't want to hate the guy. I think Trevor, there's a lot of factors that have not helped Trevor Lawrence at all, but also like, god damn, it just feels like it feels very Jaguars for them to just have arguably the best quarterback they've ever had, and he still feels like a disappointment.
Because like
Which has
Trevor
been a
Lawrence,
very
my understanding
description of
with
the
Trevor Lawrence,
Jags.
like when he was at Clemson, the guy was a beast, right? He literally turned that like Clemson, which is already a good football school, into a fucking. There's words I can't describe how well Clemson did
I mean,
when Trevor
the thing with
Lawrence
Trevor
was.
is at Clemson, he was basically unbreakable. Like his
Mhm.
confidence was as confident of a quarterback as I've ever seen, and that's why he was. I feel like the biggest reason why he ended up being touted as a generational quarterback is his confidence. He just looked so ready for every play, every snap that he would take, and just that's what you saw at Clemson. And I just feel like, I mean, Trevor plays similar to how he played at Clemson. It's just the confidence I don't think is there right now.
My thing too is that I thought he was someone who's going to be an A to A plus quarterback. He's looking more like an A minus B plus.
I'd even
Woof.
go far as to say B minus.
No. B minus means you're a fringe starter. Trevor Lawrence is not a fringe starter.
It's not a fringe starter, but
No.
it feels like, I hate to say it, but like, look, this is not to insult other quarterbacks here, but people touted like Trevor Lawrence as like, like
The next Peyton
generational, like
Manning.
like the next Peyton Manning, but he feels more like a Kirk Cousins than he does a Peyton Manning so far. And it's not to disrespect Kirk, I'm just saying, like, he feels more like a guy, like, he's good, but he's not the guy that like people were, anticipating to
Yeah.
be this once in a generation quarterback.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a really big gift under your tree for Christmas and getting excited thinking it's like a new bike, and then you open it and it's like oh boy, it's Madden 05. It's cool, but it's not a new bike.
Mhm.
It's like, I'll take it. Like, I'll still obviously take it, but it's like, yeah, I expected a bit more.
Tegan, who do you have for 29?
Yeah, that's well.
Well, let's keep this short and brief because that was a bit. For mine, I had Washington. I mean, I had Las Vegas. My bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, who did you have for 29? I actually have his list in DM, so I can go whip this up.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
hello?
hello.
Hello.
Who do you have?
29? Sorry. Jacksonville Jaguars. We have already went through a whole rant about it, so I won't say anything more.
Yeah. Jacksonville Spencer!
All right, so this one might be a little controversial. Might turn some heads. Might actually get people mad, especially my co-hosts. So I pride myself. I pride myself as a man of faith, and so that'll be the Houston Texans at 29.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
It's like I get that they have a bright future and everything. It just feels like they're treating themselves like they're still baby, and we should just lower their expectations because they're still baby. But like, it's been like 20, gonna be 22 years since you guys were founded, and you guys still haven't gotten past the divisional round, even when you have had talent like DeAndre Hopkins or JJ Watt or Arian Foster or Andre Johnson. It really feels like you haven't accomplished very much as far as being a successful team, even though you've won the AFC South 7 times. It kind of really feels like they've squandered it, especially during the Bill O'Brien years, where pretty much all they would do is beat the Bengals, eat hot chip, and lie.
Fair enough. Tegan, what is your Tegan odometer?
It's the sicko formula, and
Doing Tegan
they
math.
have
or sicko math.
it's Las Vegas with a resounding negative 63.
All right. For 28, I have the Houston Texans. They haven't done shit.
But Lucas, they're baby. They're 23. They're only 23.
I feel like the thing with the Texans is your one hope, if you're the Houston Texans, is you just want CJ Stroud to be a good family man. You're praying to God that is the case. You're praying to God for quietness. You're praying to God that it's not Deshaun Watson. You are also thinking Deshaun Watson because somehow there was a team that was stupid enough to send a king's ransom to you that has propelled your rebuild, but it's like shot in the arm for years to come. The downside to all of this, of course, is the fact that this is the AFC, and the AFC is the South is going to be a gauntlet. We are going to have CJ Stroud, and if ideally Anthony Richardson is who we think he is, and he's a complete stud in the making, and you also have Trevor Lawrence to contend with, the South is going to finally be a bloodbath. And the AFC is just going to be even more of a bigger bloodbath to contend with. And it's not going to even matter anyways, because somehow Kansas City just seems to win it all. But for the Texans, I mean, they've had guys, but they still haven't been successful. They've just been more successful than the teams below them. That's all I got for the Texans.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud could be a stud, but you really wish you were in the NFC.
Yeah, but they are just. I don't know. I'm just tired of people, coping that they're not that old. They're still younger than the Texans, pointing directly at me with that one. And they're 23 years old. Come on.
Aiden, who's your
Yeah, I'm younger than the Texans.
28?
I'm not.
I'm gonna go and say I'm gonna go and say it in the way all of y'all understand. The forgotten locale. A team that started out relatively decently, with like Mark Brunell, Keenan McCardell, Fred Taylor, Jimmy Smith. Then they went on to become, for lack of a better term, irrelevant for the longest damn time. I mean, let's be honest. Apart from that early 2000s Jags team that was pretty decent, and the current team with Trevor Lawrence, the Jags have been, for lack of a better term, irrelevant. And sometimes that's even worse than being bad. You have some publicity and people have some pity for you. I'll be honest here. I kind of forgot that the Jags existed for the longest time.
Well, I only remember that region because they have that Jacksonville team and then later on the Trevor Lawrence team. It speaks volumes when the casuals. The first thing that people think of when they think of the Jaguars is the good.
That's literally the Jags' biggest cultural imprint. A fucking
Not
sitcom.
true. Not true. Their other biggest cultural impact is a furry in a speedo.
True.
Oh yeah,
I
that's true.
forgot the
Apart from
furry
that,
in-
apart from a furry in a speedo and a fucking like sitcom about hell.
Or that one gif. That one fucking Jags fan gif.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's a pretty
By the
sad
way,
legacy.
Yeah, by the way, I forgot to say this about Jacksonville, but don't forget that they basically they were on their knees asking FanDuel to return $20 million that got stolen from the organization.
Jacksonville, you're so boy. Oh boy. Alright, Nick, who's your 28th?
Yeah, number 28. I'm gonna do an awful impression here, but the Raiders. Oh God, yeah, this is the Raiders have been. It's been said many times about how bad the Raiders are, how much of a shell of a once great franchise they've become in the 21st century. I don't have much to add, but I do want to say this: that the last time the Raiders won a playoff game, the biggest song in the United States was "How You Remind Me" by Nickelback.
Oh God.
This is how
Well
you
put,
remind
well
me
put.
how bad you are.
Not like you to say sorry. Going on a different story.
Alright. Tegan, who's your 28th?
It may be a little bit of nostalgia that rode me high, but I started watching football in 2017, and it may be due to a bit of bias, but Jacksonville, I think Jacksonville, I think just smidges out a little bit.
Alright.
My-
who is your 28?
New York Jets. Just Aiden's already done a big talk on the Jets, and I feel the same, right? Why they're better than the Commanders, Cleveland and Oakland. I mean, they were mid to kind of competitive between '08 to 012, right? I mean, like, that's actually pretty good, right? They had a really good defense. Rex Ryan did really well with this team, right? Like, really respectable. Like 4 respectable years before everything went, right? So that's why I have them higher than these other three teams. 4 teams, because I forgot because it's Browns, Raiders, Commanders, and Jags below the Jets. And yeah,
Spencer, who's your
Well,
9th?
number 28. This is probably the most shocking one. I can probably think of, but the lack of success. Just really compelled me to put them here. So I got 4 words for you fellas. Them Cowboys!
Now that's a hot take.
Yeah, that's a hot.
Yeah.
This
That-
low.
That's statement.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're not wrong.
here
I
are...
mean, it depends on how you view it. It depends on what metrics you're using, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
They have not made the NFC Championship since 1996, when I was negative 5 months old.
Damn, I think existed.
Yeah, you didn't exist, I didn't exist, Tegan didn't exist, Ozza didn't exist, Aiden didn't exist, and Nickman didn't exist.
I was in my mom's tummy tum.
Yeah, me too.
So,
Yeah, that's my point. Like, there's only as of right now, there's only one team that has not made the NFC Championship as recently as the Dallas Cowboys, and that's the Washington Commanders. Like, I made a thread of all the teams that have made the NFC Championship more recently than the Dallas Cowboys. We got the Packers 8 times. We got the 49ers 8 times. We got the Eagles 7 times. We got the Panthers, Falcons, and Vikings 4... Well, hang on. Panthers, Falcons, Vikings, and Rams 4 times. The Buccaneers, Giants, Seahawks, and Saints 3 times. The Bears and the Cardinals twice, and even the fucking Detroit Lions have made the NFC Championship more recently than the fucking Cowboys. And before this year, guess who the Lions beat to get to the NFC Championship the last time? That's right, the fucking Cowboys. I have zero respect for this team. They could have all of the talent in the world, but they just fucking crumble under the slightest bit of pressure. And this has been a tradition ever since they got rid of Jimmy Johnson. And quite frankly, I think the fact that they're still as popular as they are, and you still have people like Skip Bayless defending them, is an embarrassment on the NFL. Given they have almost nothing to show for it other than a few measly playoff wins. In fact, let's count how many playoff wins they have. They have had since 1999. Shall we?
4? I think like it's around 4.
Yeah, let's see. Dallas Cowboys seasons. Let's see. Their first win since let's see. 2009 they beat the Eagles, and then they got daddied by the Vikings 34-3. 2014 they beat the Lions 24-20, and then lost to the Packers. The Dez didn't catch it. 2018 they beat the Seahawks 24-22.
We didn't have a kicker that game. It doesn't count.
And then they lost to the Rams 30-22. And then they beat the Buccaneers 31-14 before facing a real team in the 49ers, where they played Ezekiel Elliott at center 19-12. And they most recently lost to the Packers 48-32. And all of America laughed at you. You are a punchline. In the exact same way that the Lions were for years. How's that for a rant, huh?
Yeah, that works.
Good.
Well, the sicko formula is calling my name right now. It's telling me a vision. It's saying culture good Washington Commanders.
Wow, that's higher than I thought they'd be.
They are a negative 56.
That's
so they are
surprising.
just a smidge better than the Raiders. And I will say this, I think the sole reason why is the Commanders, I think the Commanders have had more average seasons while the Raiders have had more bad seasons. I think that's genuinely the only reason why.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Sometimes the sicko machine likes to play funny little jokes that I don't agree with.
Yeah, it does a little trolling.
The pitching prospect that the Mariners got for Jared Kelnick has gone under Tommy John surgery and will be out for the 2024 season.
I'm sorry.
Fucking wonderful. Anyways, 27, I put the Miami Dolphins. They haven't done much. The only thing why they're up there is I find their future relatively positive. It's can they do it? They would love it. They would love. This is the one team that would love to be in the NFC. I'm gonna say that for all the South teams. The fact that most of the stadiums are not in the freezing cold, is a plus. And the one thing that the Dolphins really need to do is learn how to play in cold weather. Like, really learn how to play in cold weather, because that will be a permanent Achilles heel if they cannot figure how to play in cold weather. All the greats who have been in the AFC have eventually learned how to play in cold weather. Peyton Manning could do it, Tom Brady could do it, Big Ben could do it. And those are guys that have won the Super Bowl more than once. You have to learn to play in cold weather to do anything in the NFL. Games are won with grit and tenacity, and if you can't play and winning in cold weather, and if you can't do any of that, the Dolphins will be a fun regular season team to watch. But when it comes down to it, can you play in cold weather, y'all better be having home field advantage, because if you cannot get home field advantage, it's going to be a very long uphill battle for this team. Dolphins, 27.
They're just they're just the Calgary Flames. Otherwise,
I can agree to that. Aiden, who is your 27?
I think if I stated who I was gonna say, I'd be basically repeating what Luke said just earlier. It's the Dolphins. I mean, seriously, the last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, NSYNC was still active. Last time they won a playoff game, Big Pun was still alive, I think.
maybe I'll have to check that. I think Big Punisher died earlier that year. They didn't. Big Pun died like February 7, 2000, and their last playoff win was December 30th, 2000.
Oh shit, that's right. Well, either way, the last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, there are only 150 Pokemon.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm my suspicions because I was pretty sure Big Incubus did a remix of "Still Not a Player," and that was after Big Pun's death.
Of course, you would know that of all people.
My mastery's more on rap, so
and I'm more into like rap rock.
yeah. Well, either way, so Dolphins, you guys have not won in a long ass time, so unless you guys are able to do something and not choke away a goddamn division lead, because you can't beat fucking Tennessee despite being up by 2 scores, you guys are irrelevant.
Yeah, and the last time they won the division, their quarterback was to hell with it.
Nah, their quarterback is Ronnie Brown. He was a running back, but whatever.
That's what I meant by to hell with it.
So for me, at number 27, this term just speaks for itself. The butt fumble.
The butt fumble.
And so much has been said. About the New York Jets. All of it, just about all of it. It's the same old shit with this team. It's the same old goddamn crap. You just know you're getting a comedic experience with the Jets in the similar way that shit like Lomax happens. It's such a reliable joke that the Jets have been. The fact that this team hasn't made the playoffs since I was in first grade. This team hasn't made the playoffs since... Wait, what?
What's with Ed's teams in New York just being terrible? Like, the Jets, the Mets, the Nets.
Yeah.
They're very lucky
mean-
they don't have a hockey team named the Ets or something.
The
Or
pets.
Yeah, the X. Yeah, I'll just say this though, because so much has been said. You already know the drill, but like some of the random quarterbacks that this team's had. Remember Kellen Clemens? Remember when Mark
Mm.
Sanchez was so awful in 2012 that he got benched for Greg McElroy?
I
Like, if you
rem-
want to watch a war crime of a football game, watch the 2012 New York Jets face the Arizona Cardinals. That is a war crime on the sport of football. And then you got the Michael Vick tenure with the Jets. Hey, remember Bryce Petty was a Thing? Hey, remember Luke Falk was a Thing for 2 games?
yeah,
Oh,
probably
yeah.
the
And
probably
remember,
the dumbest quarterback controversy of all time: Geno Smith and Ryan Fitzpatrick.
yeah. Also, by the way, going back to Luke Falk, literally the only reason anyone even talked about him outside of starting 2 games is because he was drafted in the same draft slot that Tom Brady got drafted by New England. That was literally the only notable thing about him going to the NFL. And also, let's not forget, this team spent a 2nd-round pick on Christian Hackenberg.
It's arguably the worst quarterback of AAF history.
A quarterback so bad, he got benched in the AAF in favor of Johnny
That was
Manziel.
Brandon.
No, even worse. Zach
It was
Mettenberger.
Zach Mettenberger who became Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, like
Ugh.
I
I was like, you know what? Maybe the Birmingham.
it was the Memphis Express.
Oh, Memphis Express. My bad. My apologies. They were not Memphis Express. They weren't good at all.
This team was so bad they had 1999 Rick Meyer start games. Like, of course, the name Rick Meyer might mean something for Bears fans because
I'm gonna start bringing up Christian Ponder if you don't stop bringing up Rick Meyer.
That was all I was gonna say about Rick Meyer.
I know I'm giving you crap. It's all good.
How about Brooks Bollinger though, or Quincy? That the failed Michael Vick comeback again.
Yep,
Fuck, are you messaging
yep.
me on fucking Overwatch, Ozza? What the fuck?
What happened?
Bro messages me in the fucking Blizzard app. What the fuck? What the fuck?
And of course, the new why we have the now infamous Josh McCown Sam Darnold incident in the urinating tree server.
Yep.
Fucking damn it, that was good lord, you got fucking fanfic schmut fucking banned in that server.
I'm proud of myself. For the
Oh
record.
my
I am proud of
god.
myself.
Alright, Tegan, who's 27 for you, buddy?
This I had Miami. It's just it's too easy. They have a bright future, but like it's just
I feel ya.
They're a bro moment.
They are.
Look, I remember Jacksonville more than I remember Miami, and that's solely just because Miami has no sauce. Jacksonville has sauce. Miami doesn't.
No, the New York Jets have
Would it be weird to say that Miami has just been quietly bad?
Yeah, for a lot of the 21st century, they've been very quiet, but also very forgettable and very bad.
Mm-hmm. Alright,
It felt like whenever, like, I just want to say, it felt like
Oh,
with
yeah,
Ryan Tannehill. Actually, you know what? I'll save this because I'm going to get to them in a bit.
Alright. Asa, who is number 27 for you? Who is it? Bam, 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 bam.
My next.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh
What
my
the
god,
hell
I
are you
just got it.
messaging me on the fucking Blizzard app?
Alright, 27.
Yep.
Okay. 27. I got the Houston Texans. I think we explained it a lot, 23 years, not much. Did have not passed the divisional round, but they have produced a lot of good talent. Keep the talent? No. Piss off the talent? Absolutely. But they've gotten talent here. Absolutely. And the future is bright for them. But we're not talking about the future, we're talking about the past and a little bit of the present, I guess.
And you're talking about the team that gave Brock Osweiler
Exactly.
4 years, $72 million, and had to, and essentially, had to gift the Cleveland Browns Nick Chubb to get him off of your payroll.
Yeah, it was something else.
A
But
legendary fleece.
yeah, it was just wow.
Mhm.
But yeah. But despite all that, they have found before the Deshaun Watson era, they found six little pockets of success here and there, right? And like I said, they got a lot of talent. What is there? Was there more to be desired with this team? Yes, that's why we have them at this position. Are they? Is the owner kind of an idiot? Exactly. But we know the team can do better, and that's why they're here. My next one is probably a little bit more controversial, but yeah.
Indeed. Spencer, who is your number 27?
And here is where I put the Detroit Lions.
Homer, Homer.
Bro, I
Hey.
haven't even listed the Detroit Lions yet.
Yeah, we're gonna say, hey, some of y'all have not fucking listed them yet.
Yeah,
I got the Lions like
I
top 10,
like the
bro.
line. I am personally like a fan of the Lions and what they're doing, and also, they have won an NFC championship. They have gotten past the divisional round more recently than 5 teams on this list. They're 4.
That's kind of how I went about it too.
Yeah, and also, Dan Campbell is very funny, and I like when he gets aggressive and says, fuck your feelings, I'm going to fake this punt.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that, but it's also like, I still vividly remember how fucking awful.
Have you seen that?
Have you seen that meme where it's like it's Dan Campbell watching the 49ers kick a field goal instead of going for a touchdown, and it's like the Cobra Kai meme. It's like, God, what a bunch of pussies. I love that meme.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
that is literally what I feel Dan Campbell was thinking when he was watching the
Yeah,
game.
I'm very sure that's what he was thinking. It feels like it's a very realistic Dan Campbell reaction for him to have.
Alright, so the Detroit Lions. Alright, Tegan, what is the sickle score? The sickle from the sickle formula. Who is next?
The machine announces, and they are calling for the blood of the Arizona Cardinals.
Ooh. Wow. Damn, they should be low on this list too, but they're high because they made a Super Bowl and have had deep playoff runs.
Yeah, that's in my reels list, because,
Holy smokes. Alright, anyways, for my 26th, I have how about them Cowboys? See, I was surprised that Spencer had. I thought I was gonna come with the fire, with the scorching hot take. The Cowboys. Let's be real. they've been competitive. I mean, even then, right? You have the Dallas Cowboys in what can only be described as the ideal scenario for the dome team is when everybody else is in most teams have a dome as well, right? Especially up north, like Minnesota's in a dome, Detroit's in a dome. At one point, you had St. Louis in a dome, and they're a north of team, right? The hardest stadiums that they have to go to is Philly and New York and Green Bay in the winter, which sometimes we get them, sometimes you won't. But on top of that, it's just the Cowboys they don't know what success is since the year 1996. Like, I was in my mom's tummy when the Cowboys made the playoffs last. And the thing about the Cowboys is why do I put them here is that their future is kind of perplexing, you know?
Well, you know, the future with the Cowboys for me always feels up in the air because Jerry Jones is an unpredictable man and seems to gather his off-season plans for the Cowboys through ChatGPT, and you know, how do I run Cowboys while keeping back?
I mean, the thing is, like, the Cowboys have had good but not great nor special quarterbacks since Troy Aikman in a division, in a conference even, where you can get away with having a good quarterback. Like,
To be fair, I'm gonna say this: Troy Aikman's an overrated quarterback. I don't think people will disagree with me on that.
Yeah, it was a lot of that was that offensive line. Let's be real.
I mean,
even
Aikman
then-
was clutch. I'll give him that. He was clutch, but you know, you get the point.
even then, though, right? He was, like, still, he still is, you know, I think, I look at him as a pretty good quarterback. I don't think he's in my top 10 of all time.
He's not a good quarterback. I just don't think he's a great quarterback.
Yeah.
Of course, I think the real conversation we need to have when it comes to overrated Dallas Cowboys, that 2016 team was super overrated.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was held together because think of what the Cowboys managed to build. They have probably, even in like the latter stages of Tony Romo, they probably have had the best O-line in all of football.
Yeah, it pretty much is all on Frank Pollock, and it says a lot that, you know, immediately when he joins the Bengals, they make a Super Bowl run. You know, that was the offensive line coach for the Cowboys in 2016, and
I mean, the thing too with the Cowboys is, I don't know what this team can do. This team, like this, I think you're just waiting for Jerry Jones to croak, and then you hope that whoever takes over just sits back and just lets the Cowboys be the Cowboys, right?
Well, I just feel like I'm gonna say this, and I get the feeling this is not gonna be the last time I say this, but the Dallas Cowboys and the way they're run, they have a way they run things that feels very similar to the Steeler way in recent years, and I don't mean that as a good thing. I mean that in the way there is a specific way they run this team, and it's a way that used to work, and it's a way that's not currently working.
yeah, they run it like Jerry's personal cigar bar.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. Like, here's the thing, I don't have a problem with an owner being a diehard fan for his team as well, to where he wants to be full, but to be hands in on, you know, the GM, the contracts, the draft picks. It doesn't work, and you can see a theme, right, with all the teams that we have listed right now. Even the Arizona Cardinals, they've all had a theme with ownership meddling. And when owners meddle with their teams, have they ever worked out? No, they haven't. It just hasn't
last
worked.
one, really, the only exception, the last time it worked was Al Davis when he was at the top of his game. But since then, and we saw how bad that got once Davis really started to become senile.
It's sometimes as an owner, the good ones just write the checks and let the football men do the job. The best way I can describe it is, say you're working in a restaurant. The best owners are the owners that are talking with the customers. And that's about it. That's about what an owner should be doing. Go talk with the fans, go, if you want to have such an ego, invest in the local football programs. Be a prominent social figure in the Dallas community to where you're doing charitable things. Go do that. Positive public press for yourself. Meanwhile, the football men, they're doing their thing. That's just how I see the Cowboys. And to be honest, I actually originally had them up higher, but I'm like, you know what? My list is based on, some form of successfulness. And since they just haven't made a conference championship, and they've had notably quarterbacks that have come in, been long stays too, that just haven't done much, right? Like, and the thing too is that, like, if you want to make it, like, Dak Prescott is probably going to become a billionaire just because he played for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, he's going to have a career in TV once he's done. This dude is just set up for life. And that's congratulations to him. But outside of that, I mean, what else do you need, man? What else is needed? Aiden, who's your 26th?
Aiden,
buddy.
All right, so this one, I'm surprised that none of you guys have mentioned this team, and I get that it's quite odd to put them kind of low because they've been to a Super Bowl. Granted, it's a Super Bowl where they got edged out by the Steelers, Captain Fat Fuck, and Dave
Super Bowl
Harrison.
game, though. That was a great Super Bowl game.
Yeah, but literally that was the only highlight of their existence in the 21st century. I bring you the other Cardinals.
Well, Arizona, I think I have Arizona way too high. I think.
yeah, me too.
But
I mean, we all like that Super Bowl, to be honest. That was a great Super Bowl, and the Kurt Warner and the Cardinals did great. And I really wanted Fitz to win the Super Bowl, but sadly, they just couldn't get past Captain Fat Fuck and the Steelers.
Or Cam Newton and the Panthers, for that matter.
I will say this at the very least: the sicko formula actually had the Cardinals before you, Aiden.
Yeah. One thing I want to add about the Cardinals is I just remember fondly just how good they were during the Bruce Arians era of Arizona. And that's just kind of what's just been clamoring on to, just how great they were in this small
sadly,
area.
apart from that Super Bowl and apart from that Arians era, the Cardinals have been a team that's been a complete...
Even past 1999, let's can we take a quick dissection of the Dallas
Fuck.
What the fuck just happened?
What just me?
What, me?
It wasn't me. No,
What
it
happened?
wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
Here, hold on.
What's going on? What's
Somebody
going on?
might accidentally made a mistake. I have my phone. I got it.
Whoa!
Continue.
Anyway, I was gonna say.
God fucking damn it. Keep going.
Yeah, the Arizona Cardinals once infamously had a streak where they did not win a playoff game from 1964 to 1998. That is a 34-year playoff win drought, and in that time they went 0-3 in the 0-3 in the playoffs, and this is despite having Don Coryell as their head coach at one point.
I mean, good thing we're talking about them in the for the past. Look at the past 25 years been better than the 35 years, but I mean the Bidwills have just been poor owners to begin with. I think they've kept their drinking buddies as GMs for just way too long, and let's be honest, being a GM is hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's hard. Like, it's incredibly hard. Hindsight is 50-50. There's an aura of patience that you have to have. And then there's just, I'm the owner's drinking buddy. We're just going to drink and just, have this fancy yacht that needs maintenance, but we're not going to maintain it. It was top of the line when we bought it, and it's still top of the line today.
And pretty much the only good highlight, aside from the Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald years, was Dennis Green saying the Bears are who we thought they were, and giving us an all-time soundbite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. Nick, who's your 26?
Yeah, they've been beaten into the ground, or for this case, beaten to the bottom of the ocean. Because number 26, I have the Miami Dolphins, and I grew up in terms of like when I started seeing the Dolphins, definitely the Ryan Tannehill era. And if there was any way to sum up the Dolphins for most of the 21st century, they have been bad, but mostly forgettably bad. They are a very forgettable kind of bad for most of their existence, and honestly the fact that it felt like every time for most Ryan Tannehill seasons during his era, it felt like the Dolphins would be 8-6 or 7-7, and you're sitting here like, they might be a rough team, but you know what? They're showing promise. They could really do something here. Maybe they could even make the playoffs, and they end up finishing the season either 7-9 or 8-8. That was always the script for the Dolphins for most of the time that I have watched them as a football fan. And while the Dolphins have improved since then, they are still stuck in the mud because they can't win a playoff game and now have the longest playoff win drought in the NFL. So for that, I think it sums it up very well why the Dolphins are in the high 20s here.
Yeah, and for me, in the 30s. Wow, I said the Dolphins early.
Well, I'm up next, and for me, I have a team that,
It's the Vikings, isn't it?
look, I'm gonna ask you guys, were you surprised with that outcome?
What, the Vikings at number 26?
No, I have the Los Angeles Chargers at 26.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't really done anything this century other than the 2007 and AFC Championship game.
I will put this simply. You made the Raiders' loss look not that bad. I mean, you made the Broncos' loss earlier this season look not that bad.
Yeah.
And, like, that's a hard feat to do. Not to mention, too, it's called chargering for a reason. It's not called lioning. It's not called commandering. It's called chargering.
There is lionsing. There is lionsing, but to a lesser extent.
Alright, so Tegan Hustith is your 26th.
He said the Chargers.
The Chargers. Okay, I just had to run to the bathroom.
Oh my god, you missed this rant because you had to take a shit? Okay there, Eli Apple.
What? Okay, well, I'll look back at it. Would be Ozza, who is your
Mine is the Chargers as well.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not sure if it's gonna be controversial, sure or not, because like it's the Chargers, not.
I feel like there's such a team that's just so unlucky. They could have everything go right for them, and yet still, they'd be a failure.
Yeah.
Just look at the 2010 season.
Mm-hmm. They lost. They gave up, what, 2 kickoff returns? Stop one of them, you make the playoffs.
It's truly one of the most rewarding.
All right.
Yeah. I didn't have much to say.
All right. So for this one, you may notice a trend of me turning heads and kind of almost being the opening salvo on teams you wouldn't expect. And I think that might be a continuing trend here, because at number 26 I have the Buffalo Bills. Because let's be honest, they haven't done much in the 21st century other than the Josh Allen years, because not many people remember just how fucking forgettable they were, for the 2000s and the early 2010s. Like, pretty much from the Music City Miracle, they did pretty much nothing except, they had Kiko Alonso be the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Wow. And then they got into the playoffs thanks to Andy Dalton magic, and then they lost to the Jaguars 10-3 in probably one of the most boring wild card games I've ever seen. And then they lost. Then they missed the playoffs first year with Josh Allen. Then wild card loss, AFC champion loss, and then 3 straight divisional playoff losses. It just really feels like not a very exciting team, and not a very good team for the majority of the new millennium, because their quarterbacks since 1999, we got old ass Doug Flutie, Rob Johnson, Alex Van Pelt, old ass Drew Bledsoe, J.P. Losman, if you remember him, Kelly Holcomb, Trent Edwards, Ryan Fitzpatrick, where he arguably became the legend he was, Brian Brome, E.J. Manuel, Thad Lewis, Jeff Toole, Kyle Orton, Tyrod Taylor, Matt Castle, the immaculate legend of Nathan Peterman, Derek Anderson, Matt Barkley, and finally Josh Allen. Yeah, it's just not been the best football for the most part in Buffalo. For me growing up, my thoughts on Buffalo were always, oh, that player's on the Bills now. Terrell Owens is a Bill now. That's neat.
Career. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Or, oh, Marshawn Lynch is on ESPN talking about Applebee's. That's neat.
He was on the Bills.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people, like that was for my childhood, that was the Bills, a team where you could look at their players and you'd be like, oh, they're on the Bills now. That's neat. Not much beyond that,
Yeah. All right, Tegan, what does the formula dictate?
Well, I'm glad you asked. The formula is decreeing the New York Jets.
Wow, that's pretty high for them.
Trust me, this is one of the ones where I was like,
What?
I was kinda, okay, so let me put this straight. So Arizona, they lost more than the Jets. So when going through that, that's kind of what they took into consideration. So the Jets get in with a negative of 43.
All right, who's your next one,
I
Lucas?
have the Detroit Lions.
There it is.
See what happens when you have this year. They're having a period of potential long-term sustained success. They shoot up because, first of all, the Detroit Lions have done something that the Cowboys just haven't done.
Yeah.
The $1 million question I have for this group: can you do it again? I heard this phrase, brand new Lions. Nope, you will not get the tag. Brand new Lions from me, my friends. I want you to see you do it again. It's the first time you saw a failing child have straight A's for the first time. And you know, as a parent, what you say? Now go do that. I'm proud of you. Let's go do that again.
No, you know what I say as a parent? I say, we're going to fucking Applebee's tonight.
Yeah, celebrate your achievement. Let's go to Red Robin. That's just my restaurant of choice. BT Dubs.
No. Okay, first off, Spencer, I have to say this now. Going to Applebee's is like the 11th commandment. Like, going to Applebee's is a mortal sin. If you go there, you are basically committing.
Yeah. Forget I said that.
I say your favorite dine-in restaurant.
Yeah,
That.
like Olive Garden.
Let's go do that. I want them to go do that again. I'm proud of them. I want them to go be successful again, because it's really good to see a team that hasn't found any success to be successful. This is a unit that wants to be together. Heck, the OC is sticking around for another year. Now, the Lions, you don't have to make it as far as to the championships for me to be like, yeah, well, look, see, I told you, bad Lions. Make the playoffs. That is the goal. Find some long-term success. When the football's good, the football's good. Aiden, who is your number 25?
Check this out. Wee!
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna try to imitate Tree. Fuck you, Spanos.
Whoa. I'm not the one that put the Lions the highest. Whoa.
Whoa!
I'll be honest, I do have a soft spot for the Lions, and that's kind of my personal bias showing. But here's the thing: the Chargers, for me, are the very epitome of not ineptitude but failure as a franchise. Like, you guys have all the talent, all the bells and whistles, and this is a team that's embroiled in like a relegation scandal, a team that missed the fucking playoffs despite winning 10 games, a team that fired one of the most successful coaches of its existence in the 21st century just because they didn't go far enough. 14-2, and Marty Schottenheimer got fired. And the more I mentioned their endless playoff choking, oh my god. Remember the time they couldn't find a kicker to save their lives? Yeah, young Hui-Ku was pretty bad back then. And you remember the absolute failure that was their wildcard game versus Jacksonville. Jacksonville was fucking dead. Jacksonville, people were making memes about how Trevor Lawrence was overrated and shit. And oh my god! Oh my fucking god, Chargers! You guys may not be inept, except for a certain period when he had Ryan Leaf as your QB, but my god, you guys are fucking failures. And I'll be honest, Dean Spanos, fuck you. I hope you sell, and I hope you end up being bankrupt, because fuck you.
I don't know. You
This
sell the
team is
Chargers,
just
it's a cool $1 billion.
this team is just fucking failure. This team is fucking failure. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know it took a lot of restraint for you to say not other mean things about Dean Spanos, Aiden. We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think.
Yeah.
Nick, you're
Alright.
up, buddy.
At number 25, I have the Houston Texans, and the Texans, for the most part, I mean, their expansion season was horrific. I mean, I'm sure David Carr still gets Vietnam flashbacks on a nightly basis because of how many sacks he took that season. But outside of that, like, really, the only time the Texans have truly been this humorous laughingstock and not really a forgettable one was the Bill O'Brien GM era, the time where they blew a 24-0 lead against Kansas City, and they made it look like the easiest. Like they made a 24-0 lead look like it was a freaking 3-point lead with how easy the Chiefs came back from that deficit. And of course, the aforementioned Bill O'Brien GM tenure, the DeAndre Hopkins trade. You know, the Texans are bouncing back. They are showing that great potential. But as Ozza said, we're talking about the past here, and really the reason I have the Texans lower than others is they haven't gotten to the conference title game, and with their other lack of success in terms of consistency and all that, I just feel like, you know what, number 25 just makes perfect sense for this team.
They are the highest team on your list that have not made the conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the highest, actually.
Ugh.
Not the highest.
Wait, I don't think the Dolphins made it, or did they?
No, there's a certain team that.
Oh,
not-
Yeah, come in.
it's Cowboys. Sorry.
No, Cowboys. You haven't mentioned the Cowboys yet.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
I
okay.
thought you were talking about like the teams I had it. Okay, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I'll mention them at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So it feels weird putting this team here because by all definitions they are technically successful, but the Dallas Cowboys are just the single outlier to this all. Oh no, not the Dallas Cowboys. Well, I don't know what the heck I was looking at. I meant to say the New York Jets.
There we go. You have the Jets pretty high up.
How do I put this? They had a good Linsanity run. Think about it. The Chargers didn't. The Dolphins haven't. Jacksonville kinda did. The Raiders haven't. The Commanders haven't. The Lions haven't. And the Browns haven't. The Jets almost played against the Bears in the 2010 Super Bowl. That is the alternate reality we almost lived in, where the Bears and the Jets played against each other in a Super Bowl. But instead we get boring Green Bay Steelers. But all in all, I think that the Jets get a little bit of a pass considering, they are in the division with Tom Brady. And it's the same reason why I put Miami above Jacksonville. Like, you played against Tom Brady, I feel you get a little bit of a pass.
Fair enough, Master Asniel. Who are you going for?
Lions. I said Lions, but I've already got them here. So, there's no need.
Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit. Detroit.
Spencer, who's your 25th?
I believe there's a sound bite that describes this team pretty well. You know, Tree has used this before. Let me warm up a little bit.
I like how the mic just cuts them off every fucking
The
time.
mic is just like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
It doesn't pick it up, and it does it every time.
We got the San Diego Los Angeles Chargers. Let me just read some names of some people who played for this team since 1999, or within the period of 1999 to now. Natromi Means, LaDainian Tomlinson,
LT.
Chris Demon, Antonio Gates, Nick Hardwick, Philip Rivers, Junior Seau,
Junior Seau.
Junior Seau, Rodney Harrison, Jamal Williams, Quentin Jammer, Sean Merriman, Kasim Osgood, Mike Cyphers, Darren Sproul,
WIU legend Mike Cyphers.
and Darren Sproles, Austin Eckler, Hunter Henry.
Alright, guys, this is it for me. Got late, midnight, you know.
Alright. See you, Ozzy.
I'll see you guys. I already sent my list to Luke, so he should be able to share it.
Actually,
But
just, can you just type them up to 16, actually? Just type them up to 16 in the doc.
16?
Yeah, I think we're only going to get to 16 today.
I just lost the text document, by the way. I'm not even kidding, I just lost it.
Dumbass.
What? Well, just type them. Type
Oh my
them
God,
in.
I lost it.
Just type it in the Google Doc. You just type it up to 16.
Oh, I found it, I found it, I refound it. Okay, here we go.
Anyway, all that you have all that talent, and all you have to show for it is the 2007 AFC Championship game. That's it. Really. That's it. Not
Alright,
to
I'll see you
mention Antonio Cromartie. That's another name. How? Just wasted talent.
Indeed. That's the Chargers do become the pit that wastes a lot. I just feel that their team is just so snake bitten that they just can't do anything about it. It's how much venom does this team need to just consume in order to, just to get out of this hump? I don't know. It's it feels. There's just so much said. There's a team that has this much talent should at least have made the Super Bowl, but
Yeah.
they just haven't, and now they have the worst thing imaginable, Patrick Mahomes,
And they also have a lot of money that they are over the cap for.
The cap's a social construct. They will always push
It's
it
still
down.
pretty fucking bad.
The
Cause
funny
even
thing
though
is that
they say
they'll make some moves. It's
even though they say cap's a social construct, I am still inclined to believe cap don't lie. Because the New Orleans Saints are the epitome of mid, and their salary roll certainly looks like it. The Chargers are currently $44 million over the cap. Ozza has not entered his things yet.
well, I have them in my DMs.
Okay.
I will put them.
Anyway, Big Computer, what do you have to say?
The computer-ometer.
Big computer is calling to me. He is saying Houston Texans.
Not bad. All right, my turn. 24th. I have the Jaguars. The only thing that really has them as high as they do is as much of a letdown as Trevor Lawrence has been. I really feel that I'm using the injury as an excuse for him, and the fact that Urban Meyer was his first head coach. Very rough start, but if it's all picked up together, the Jacksonville Jaguars have many deep playoff runs and potentially a Super Bowl should be logically on the horizon. And I can't shake the fact that they were successful in the early 2000s, and even the blimp of success where they went to the AFC Championship. I gotta put them there. I think they had this really bad middle stretch where I think they just whiffed it on quarterback prospects, and they've become a mismanaged mess. I really hope that Trevor Lawrence is the guy that really can steer the ship right. I want to see generational quarterbacks do well, and they were close to upsetting Kansas City, so who knows? I hopefully this isn't the last of a competitive Jacksonville Jaguars team we have seen. And if it is, then it's a damn shame. But yeah, I have him higher than everybody else. Probably the most crackhead take is because of Trevor Lawrence.
Well, you don't have him higher than me.
Oh, what the hell? You have him higher than me?
Yeah.
What the hell? Okay. Alright. Sure. Wow. What are you smoking? Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Aiden, you're up. You are up, my dude. Aiden? Aiden?
Snake!
Aiden!
Snake!
Aiden! Oh, I can go look at his list.
Yeah, I'll go. You can,
Yeah, you can go. He's put his
go.
whole list on here.
Play just like
Alright,
a
so
damn fiddle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say 24 and 23 really comes down to who is the bigger choke artist, who is the master of the art of the choke, and frankly put,
Guys, I'm back.
Okay.
okay, hold on, I'll do mine. I'll do mine.
Do
and
yours
then-
first, because you were already talking.
Yeah, so basically for me, this decision is between who is the bigger master of the art of the choke. And in this case, at number 24, I am going the LA, technically the San Diego Chargers. You can leave San Diego, but you can't get the San Diego out of you. That is the Chargers in a nutshell, and the fact that I think also how it really helps my argument here, or which really made my decision easier. The fact that the Chargers were also for a while one of the biggest jokes in the NFL, not because of the on-field product, but because of the fact that nobody would go to their games, or no Chargers fans would go to their games at least.
Isn't that still the case? Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Yeah, fuck you, Spanos.
Fuck you.
Say the line, Bart.
Say the line.
Fuck you, Sparrow.
Yay!
Yeah. The line has been said. Aiden, who's your
I'm gonna go ahead and say this. How about them Cowboys? I had to do a bit of an audible for this one. I was like, you know what? I have no idea why I ranked this team really high the more I think about it. So I decided to bring them as low as I could, because let's be honest. As much shit I give the Chargers for being failures, I have to acknowledge that they've, been been fucked over by a combination of bad ownership and bad luck. The Cowboys have had every opportunity to succeed. They've had talented players, and criticize Jerry Jones for being an egotistical blowhard who refuses to listen to the word no. But I mean, he's decent at building a team, not the best at it, but he's okay. And I mean, in general, they've been on and off competitive for the better part of this millennium. But here's the thing: what have they done of it? Jack and shit. At least some teams that have been successful but have not won the Super Bowl have made a Super Bowl. The Cowboys not only have not made a Super Bowl, they have not made a fucking NFC Championship. And before you say, "Oh, it's hard enough to get there," well, listen up. Cowboys, you guys have had a lot of talent. I know I love to shit on y'all, but y'all got great players. Right now, you guys have CeeDee Lamb, Tony Pollard, Micah Parsons. It's all the one, but Dak Prescott's great. I mean, this is a team that should at least have had 1 or 2 Super Bowls. Actually, you know what? Given how hard it is to win a Super Bowl with fucking Brady and Mahomes around, this team could have at least got to 1 damn Super Bowl. Hell, 1 NFC Championship. And what have they done with it? Oh, they lose to the Niners in the most embarrassing fashion. Running out the clock because Dak decided to do a fucking draw play. They
Ran
put
Zeke
Zeke
as
at
center.
center. They lose to fucking Jordan Love and the Packers. Thank you very much for that, by the way. And oh my fucking god, Cowboys! If the Chargers are failure, then the Cowboys are failure covered in gold.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. That's a pretty good analogy. I take it. Number 24.
For number 24, I have the Tennessee Titans.
Mm.
Let's be honest here. Besides King Henry and 1 yard short, I could not name you one other thing about this franchise.
Not even Chris Johnson? Or is it?
I was too young for Chris Johnson. You gotta remember that.
Dude was electric. Taylor Lewan. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Steve Young is best known for being on a cameo on an episode of Scott the Woz.
True.
Dude.
I love my King Scott Wozniak.
Scott the Woz, man. Now that's a fucking dude.
Who I think is actually a Cincinnati Bengals fan.
He also has had Brett Favre as a cameo too.
Oh yeah.
That's before we knew he was a
Holy shit,
villain.
it's the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
Yeah, that aged about as well as that cameo aged about as well as freaking Drake Bell in a Mr. Beast video.
Oh god.
Oh
no.
Anyway, anything else to say about the Titans?
I mean, like, in all, like, would you, like, just so much that's disappointing about the team that, like, this is a team that should be competing for a Super Bowl and had opportunities to compete for the Super Bowl. But you know what they did? They messed it up time and time again.
Mm-hmm. So,
like, I don't know. I feel upset. It's like your A+ student being coming back home with D's on the report cards every year, and you're just like, what the heck happened?
These? Like these?
Yeah, Titans are a weird one. I feel I like the Mike Vrabel era a lot. Being able to revitalize a career from the dead, making a deep playoff run, winning the AFC. 1 yard short. Yes, to me, for them, it's the thing that holds me up is I think they've had studs. And, oh yeah, making a Super Bowl. And I look at all the teams that are below the Titans, and I can comfortably say that the most that I put below the Titans, I'm like, yeah, I'm completely fine with this list. Where I put the Titans, they're not a stellar team, but you're not having a large amount of apathy towards the teams like many other franchises do have, and who knows what you have in Will Levis too. You know, they've had great legends play the game, but you know, at the end of it, they're kind of just the way it is what it is.
Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay, cool.
You're up next. Don't worry. And Spencer, you're up next.
All right. At number 24, I got the New York Jets. Because unlike the Chargers and the Bills and the Lions, who have made one conference championship, these guys have made two.
Back to back two.
Yeah, and they beat Brady while doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Something the Chargers, Bills, and Lions can't say.
I mean, if there's any positive things that can go with that comes with the Jets is the best era of the past 25 years was the Sanchez.
Honestly, the Sanchez started out beautiful.
It's just, you know, sometimes guys get paid and then they just disappear.
Sometimes they just run into a butt, and that's just life sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Again, one thing I did like about what the Jets and Patriots rivalry felt like an actual rivalry, or at least more specifically, Rex Ryan versus Brady. That was a fun rivalry to watch.
Of course, my least favorite rivalry of that era is Rex Ryan versus you know, the public not knowing about his foot fetish.
Anyways, take it.
Cinco.
What is good lord? What is your formula say?
Formula is, and we're at 24th, right?
Yes, we are at 24. I think we're gonna go till 20.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Ooh.
Yeah. They only just got good recently.
Not to mention, too, it really frowned upon the wild card spots. Like they still got points for making it there, but the repeated amount that they made it there, it was like, yeah, yucky, not happening.
Kept Marvin Lewis around for too long. Alright, my 23.
23, because it's
I have the LA/San Diego Chargers, a team that has wasted gobs amount of talent, a team that is literally just needs to be find whatever holy site that they could find and just burn everything to the ground.
Like I said, you know, if Phillip Rivers was on any other team than the Chargers, he would be considered elite.
A Hall of Famer. I don't think he gets to the Hall of Fame because he didn't make the Super Bowl. And unfortunately, all Phillip Rivers is really going to be known for is the gutsiest move in history, playing with a torn ACL in an AFC Championship game versus the Patriots.
Well, personally, I'm going to know him for that goofy face he had. Like,
I liked his trash talking ability. I think he's going to be one of the best characters of the Chargers, and I think even just based on characteristics alone, I would put him in the Hall of Fame. But not making the big dance at the end of the day, it's
like this fucking picture of him and Jerry Jones is just iconic.
He tried to Dan Gummon it, but I would. It's whatever. The best part is the Chargers are playing the Redheaded Stepchild Simulator. I imagine that at some point the Chargers are going to be moved somewhere because surely they need
St.
to,
Louis.
right? Like they're the Redheaded Stepchild. No, St. Louis. I want the Battlehawks to get upgraded into the NFL. That's what I want.
Wishful thinking, Bob.
I know. Caw is the law. And, Chargers, you can only be bitten by snakes for so long. Maybe you'll get it together, but till then, please don't ruin Justin Herbert. Too late, they already are.
That's like telling a heroin addict does not do heroin. Sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, this picture of Jerry Jones and Phillip Rivers.
Aiden, who do you have for your 20 tree?
So I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I've been kind of handling them with kid gloves, and you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. The Texans are my team number 23. Because let's be honest, I get that they've had high moments. They have had talented players like J.J. Watt, Arian Foster. Currently, they have a young upcoming team that made the playoffs quite early and ahead of time. And let's be frank, I kind of have a soft spot for the Texans. Well, right, I have a soft spot for them now because they've purged all the cancer from their team. But let's be honest, the Texans have been pretty fucking terrible for quite a bit. Remember the first few years of David Carr, a guy who kept getting sacked because they couldn't build a goddamn O-line? Well, they tried to, but Tony Boselli got retired because of injury. And, after that, they had a solid defense. They just couldn't get the job done. Share Matt Schaub all you want, but let's be honest. He's perhaps the best quarterback the Texans have had.
Agreed.
And, apart from their brief burst of success, they've been a big ball of meh. So that's why I got them at 23. However, this is a very optimistic 23. I have a feeling this team is going to rise up the rankings if we do a 50-year thing 25 years from now. Because this team's in the up.
Boy, we'll really be strutting our stuff when we're in our late 40s and 50s.
Oh God, I already feel my back cracking right now.
You're gonna be unironically smoking Marbies.
I'm not gonna be smoking at my 40s because I'll be dead by then.
from the sweet nicotine.
No.
Smoking him and
I'm gonna die at 40 due to a fucking rage, due to a fucking raging at the Bears. I'm gonna fucking either pop an artery or get a heart attack or something.
Yeah, like Rex Grossman the Fourth is gonna throw an throw an interception, and you're gonna just fucking die.
Yep. I'll tell my son, hey, or daughter, I don't know. I'll be like, hey, be prepared to be miserable for the rest of your life. But Nick, you're up, I think.
Yeah, number 23. And the reason I said with my Chargers entry, I was deciding between, the choking really decided this one because this team is right with them for being the biggest chokers in NFL history, and for that, I am talking about the Buffalo Bills. Now the Bills in recent times have done a lot better, obviously. Their recent success has definitely helped them go from easily one of the worst to, still they've still been poverty overall in the 21st century, but not as bad. I mean, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, I'm pretty sure Spencer said how like this was a very they were always forgettably bad. And the way I see it, the Buffalo Bills until they got Josh Allen was always that team that would go 6-10. They were always going to be the bad but never bad enough football team. A 6-10 football team that just
They'd
truly
reliably
existed.
pick like they'd reliably pick like 11th overall or something, and
Mm-hmm.
they pick
Yeah.
like they pick like some dude from College State University.
Yeah. And they will always be stuck in football hell, and that was the story of the Bills. Obviously, until, 2017, finally make it in. Then, of course, the following offseason, you draft Josh Allen. Takes a bit for him to get going, but 2019, you make it in, and you made the playoffs for, like, yeah, 5 straight seasons now. 5 straight seasons they've made the playoffs. And that's definitely helped them to, move up in these rankings. Now, the reason, obviously, I'm saying it like that, I'm not going to say, like, oh, this is a complete turnaround. This is, the Bills are bound to overcome all their demons and finally win the Lombardi is, well, yeah, the Bills have now lost 3 straight years in the divisional round. And I remember me saying before this season, like, the Bills cannot lose in the divisional round again. They just cannot fucking lose in the divisional round. Because if so, then that tells me all I need to know. This team needs a complete retool on every level. And we're at that point now where the Bills, guess what, lost in the divisional round for a third straight season. And I feel that they are desperate. This team is desperate for a retool because I'm not feeling them right now. I felt like this was their shot and they couldn't do it. And this is especially the way they lost. That's one of those losses, heartbreaking, and just to have it go like that, freaking wide right too, like goddamn, like that's a loss that kills teams. That's a loss that kills franchises and sends them back into darkness. And frankly put, I'm at the point with the Bills where it's just I can't trust you. I have no trust in you guys anymore. And granted, still a lot better than what they were a decade ago, but they're still number 23 for a reason.
Yeah, fair enough. Tegan, who is your 20 tree?
23. This is a similar vein to the Tennessee Titans. However, I had, and as much as I wanted to put them lower, I had to put bias aside. And the Carolina Panthers, simply put, I
Holy
feel like they're.
fuck. They've made 2
Oh.
Super Bowls! Cam Newton!
Nick Delhomme.
They've made 2 Super Bowls! They have had several deep playoff runs! What?
Steve Smith Sr.
No, that's okay. Continue.
Explain yourself.
Explain.
I just maybe it's recency bias, but when I just looked at the Carolina Panthers through my eyes, I look at this team and I'm like, this is awful. Okay, yes, they had multiple deep playoff runs, but let's keep in mind, yes, they made the Super Bowl twice. In both Super Bowls, they were just outmatched for the most part. I get it. Super Bowl 38. They were still very close, and they had to kick a field, and the Patriots had to kick a field goal to win. But think about it this way: when the Patriots scored, not too far from when the Panthers scored, that game was looking to be pretty much over. not to mention too, the Patriots seem to just have their way throughout most of the game. The Panthers were constantly, and I mean constantly, playing from behind. And then Super Bowl 50, I mean, just a lack of offensive effort from Cam Newton.
Alright, let's use the Cam
I
Newton,
mean-
like, he put up a classic dud, but I still think even through all that, there's still
Yeah,
teams
yeah.
that...
I'm still giving you the Zoomer sticker.
That,
because
I mean, I can understand the thing. In 10
let
years
me-
from now, right? In 10 years from now, I think Carolina, like, if we were to do this again, say, let's say 15 years from now, right? Past the Cam Newton era, I could see the Panthers being the bottom 3 teams of football right now. Right? I could see it just with the way how David Tepper has been currently handling things right now. And this season is, without a doubt, beyond embarrassing, and they've been beyond embarrassing since David Tepper took over. But I still look at them as probably in the mid-teens of a football team this year. I think they're going to be...
Let me say this real quick. Throughout the 25 years, the Panthers have had the first overall pick 3 times.
Cam Newton was a home run. Not Hall of Fame,
2020
but... Well, okay, base hit, single.
I'm just meaning this more as a like a standing. Like when you get the first overall pick 3 times, that's an issue. That's an issue that needs fixed.
Yeah, but
they've thrived in a weak division.
The
Keep
South
that in mind too.
It's been middle of the pack most of the time.
2014 when they went 7-8-1.
Seattle won the division at 7-9.
And also
Right,
Carolina
yeah.
won
The West-
a playoff game.
Mind you, I will say this: the NFC before the other teams got their stuff together, ever since when Seattle joined the NFC and went to the NFC West, they didn't even have to try to dominate that division. They didn't. They were a team that would always win the division and lose in the first round of the playoffs. They wouldn't do much in them because of how weak their division was. They would always own the Cardinals, the Rams, the Niners, right? Before, John Harbaugh came in and shook everything up.
Jim,
sorry. Sorry. Before the Niners got good, Seattle dominated, owned that division, notoriously owned that division. Right? There's been, the Rams have had the first overall pick. The Niners have had the first overall pick. Arizona's had the first overall pick. Right? They still hasn't come close yet. Only until now, Seattle has there's actual competition's division is competitive. I don't see the South as being worse. They had to contend with the Saints and Drew Brees. They've had to contend with the Falcons at their peak. They've had to contain... the only team that's just been a black sheep in that era is Tampa Bay, right? And Tampa Bay is going to be high up on this list because of 2 Super Bowl wins. But it's Carolina... I mean, again, it's your opinion, right? And I can understand that recency-wise, Carolina's been horrible. The Cam Newton era is... You could honestly say it's been the most overrated era in all of the NFL, in the history of the NFL, in its entirety. I can agree with you on that, right? They've been spotty in the late 2000s after Jake Delhomme. They haven't done much since then. But I see that in differently kind of ways. It's a double-edged sword, but 23rd, holy shit, that's insane.
Let me say this too. Before I get a little bit more. Would you consider the Giants
they're in the top 10?
The Giants have been
yeah, they're in the top 10.
They've won 2. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you win a Super Bowl.
Right, yeah, but I'm just saying
because
their overall. their overall record.
But like
I
that's
don't care. 2 Super Bowls.
2 Super Bowls. The ultimate
Okay,
goal
Can I?
in the NFL is
No.
to win the Super Bowl. It's not to be good for a while, right? Like otherwise we'd have the Cowboys in the teens because they're
Yeah.
good in the regular season, right?
Yeah, this
The
is not
goal-
a regular season ranking. This
The
is a
goal is the Super Bowl. It's the ultimate success, right? It's the
Yeah.
it's why like we're gonna
that's
like,
why
the
this
Giants
list is
are in the
gonna
top.
hurt me.
The Giants are in the top 10. The Bucks are in the top 10. The Rams are in the top 10. But like a team like the Niners, I've had to redo this list. They're going to be in the mid-teens. Why?
Yeah.
No Super Bowl. The Seahawks, right? They're in the top 10. There's only there's the teams that have won the Super Bowl, and in the past 25 years, there's been 12. Those 12 teams are in the top 12 because they have achieved the ultimate goal, and that is winning the Lombardi. It is the ultimate prize. That's why these teams fight the way that they have been fighting, right? It's how this list gets orchestrated. And again, I think give it 10 years. I think we'll probably be putting the Carolina Panthers in this spot because I don't think they're going anywhere in 10 years, even 15 or 20 years. This team is going to be replacing the Cleveland Browns 1,000% in the future. They're on a very downward spiral, and I don't see a way they're getting out of it. But it's crazy. But again, it's your list, and we must respect it.
Like, all I'm going to say about this is this: when comparing Carolina to Arizona, Arizona has one less division clinch.
Arizona had
Arizona.
5 years where it's like, man, this team is so good, and that was the end of the story.
Right. And also too, Arizona may not have made the playoffs as much, but like I would consider Arizona and Carolina in the same tier of like teams. Because think about it, there are teams who had high peaks.
But the Panthers peaked twice. Arizona had 5 good years, and they called it a day.
And then
Arizona also made it to a Super Bowl, though.
Yeah,
I will say this. Hold on. Let me fucking talk, because I haven't talked at all on this. All I'll say about this is, I don't think the Panthers should be this low because you made 2 Super Bowls. You should get a bit of a higher luxury than some other teams on this list, and I'll get to some of those in a little bit. But I will say this, the Panthers are not going to be as high on my list for the simple fact that whenever Carolina is not competing for a Super Bowl, they're usually really fucking trash. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
of course.
Yeah, and like Arizona is always like a average team for most of the time. Yeah, they have a couple of seasons where they're truly bad.
Usually really bad though. Again, they peaked with the Gatsby Hat and Bruce Arians, but outside of that, I mean, they had one good year with Lincoln Riley, and they've had an opportunity.
Kingsbury, but yeah.
Put some respect on Jake.
Sorry, I forgot. Plumbers. Both coaches look the same to me. They both collapse in mid-seasons, back-to-back years. My bad, but yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, Spencer, who is number 23.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. Even though they have been a little low. They still made it to the 1999 AFC Championship and the 2017 AFC Championship.
Yeah. They've made 2. I'm fine putting them at 24 still. They're fine with 24.
Yeah, I feel good about that.
Yeah, I feel good.
Yeah. All right. Who's your number 22?
My number 22 is the Arizona.
We didn't do the
formula. Oh yeah, sorry, the Tegan odometer.
Oh, we've missed out on 2 spots for the Tegan odometer.
don't forget to enter them. I'm letting Tegan into.
Oh yeah, I forgot Cincinnati. I forgot to put in Cincinnati.
Bruh.
But yeah, you guys aren't gonna like this. Guess who 23rd is?
Minnesota.
Carolina.
Oh, he's using his fucking nerd powers to.
I want to know how. At the end of this, I want to know how you score things.
I can actually say it right now because it's not that hard.
Okay.
So essentially, the way that I did it is that I ran like a score system. So, for example, I put win-loss together, and I like put it out, and like like wins versus losses, and ultimately,
do they get extra wins for making the play? Do they get extra points for playoffs?
Yes, they do get extra. They get extra points for making the playoffs. So what it is essentially it's wins minus losses, and then it's then I gave them 1 point for winning their division, because whether or not you make it far in the playoffs, winning a division is still pretty important.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I do a wild card spot, which is worth half a point, only because the wild card spot I go to if you lost there. Because the way that I did it is that if you lost in the wild card, you get half a point.
I give him 2. I do 2, 4, 6, and 8. Because like half a point, it's not much. I mean, if you made the playoffs, it's a good season.
I did it to deter 6 seeds for the most part. I did it to deter the 8 and 8 teams. Because yeah, you made the playoffs, but like it's basically to incentivize good teams for being good and bad teams for being bad, and mediocre teams for being mediocre. After that, you go to the divisional, you get 2 points. You go to the divisional, you get 1 point. Conference is 2 points. Making the Super Bowl is 3 points, and then winning it is 5 points.
Okay.
Whatever. I would have extended the points a little more, but yeah,
Well,
that's a
that's
system.
something-
That sounds like a system I would have done at some point.
Yeah, what's the computer spit out above the Bengals?
It's Carolina. Like Carolina is above the Bengals.
All right, post it.
Okay, so
And the score.
Okay, so Cincinnati got a negative 28.5. And then on the opposite hand of it, Carolina got a negative 19.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Anyway, we're getting to number 22.
2-2. All right, 22. I have put the Arizona Cardinals. That Bruce Arian era was something special, and the thing too, right? They still have Kyler Murray. I still believe in Kyler Murray can do, something at the NFL level. I think I can't rule that out. It's a possibility that he'll be able to do something at the NFL level. Can he sustain it? I don't really know. It's again a Super Bowl appearance. Say Kurt Warner, and again that Bruce Arian era was really a very underrated era of football for the Cardinals, and that's their peak. And they've been bad outside of that. I've said this before. They've let. I think it's time you move on from your drinking buddies and hire some football men to do the job here. So yeah, stop hiring drinking buddies. You have a football team. Run it for once. Aiden, you're up. Who's your 2-2? Who's the old 2-2?
Carter non-NFL teams. The Tennessee Titans. I mean, yes, they've had a habit of getting exciting running backs like Derrick Henry and CJ2K, and yes, I do think 1 yard short is still covered in the last 25 years. But let's be honest, apart from that, the Titans' reputation has been complete meh, meh, meh. And the latest bout of contention that they've had, they couldn't do shit because, let's be honest, Tannehill is not an elite quarterback at all. They've been too reliant on having Derrick Henry carry that fucking team. And, there's just something about this team. They just can't escape being just there. They're just meh. And apart from a few times where they managed to get out of being mid and do something, they just can't get shit done. They're just there. That's why I think that the Titans are this low, kind of ish.
Fair enough, Nick. Who is your 22nd?
Yeah, so I'm done 22 and 21 mainly because it's like these two just feel like foregone conclusions. So 22, I'm doing the Arizona Cardinals. Yes, they've made a Super Bowl. However, for a lot of the 21st century, they have been really, really not good. They've not been good. And honestly, what makes me put them below a certain other team that's really struggled in the playoffs is, I don't know, their ownership is just it's been so bad that it just feels inclined for me to put them at 22. Like, this ownership sucks. The way they've treated their players has been well documented of not being good. The fact that they had, like, the worst, many NFL players ruled the Cardinals, like, their facilities were fucking atrocious from what I've seen.
They had to pay for their own meals.
Yeah, and just, it's a microcosm of, the Cardinals' history as a franchise. It's just, they've always, for, majority of it, they've been bad, and for a lot of the 21st century, outside of, Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald, the Bruce Arians, Carson Palmer years, like, it's really not gotten much better outside of those years, and, I mean, I hope Arizona can, finally get their act together at some point, but that's going to be much easier said than done.
Whoa.
Very true.
Well,
After everybody just dunked on Tegan, you're up, buddy.
well, literally nothing I could put above Carolina right now would make anyone happy. However, I did pick the Houston Texans.
Okay.
I think a part of me is just like, okay, they are the only team that I gave flack for one reason. They haven't played a whole 25 seasons. So, in my opinion, I feel it's harder to rank a team who hasn't even played 25 seasons yet, and especially after they had a great season this year. In my mind, I had to say, so realistically, what if in 3 years now would they win a Super Bowl? And I thought, I think the chance is very high. So I get that this is one of those where you have to look into the past, but we said 25 years. This is the only exception where I looked into the future. So I felt the Texans had a great spot right here because, CJ Stroud may flop the next year, but I don't think he will. And I think, he's going to have some. He might take this team to a conference championship or maybe even a Super Bowl. But we'll see.
All right. I have Ozzy with the Chicago Bears. Spencer, you're up.
All right. Let me ask you guys something. Have you ever had that thing where your hands go dry and then you got these like triangles of dead skin that show up around your fingernails, and then you just get curious, and you just start to peel, and then you start to bleed, and then you really start to hurt, and it just turns into a nightmare of exposed flesh hurting your very being, and you're regretting pulling that skin.
Sure.
Can I take a guess who you're talking about?
Yeah, at
Wow,
number 22, it's the Minnesota Vikings, who I believe is the sports embodiment of that skin
yeah.
peeling. That skin peeling feeling. I can say that as a Vikings fan. It's been, even though we're a very successful team on paper, it hurts to exist sometimes. For every Minneapolis Miracle, there's about 10 Blair Walsh White lefts, Tracy Porter interceptions, Josh McCown to Nate Poole touchdowns. You get the point. It just hurts, and the fact that they're even this low is because they have not won an NFC championship since 1976. However, they are the most successful of the of this tier, as they have appeared in 3 NFC championship games. One of them we got shut out by the New York Giants, 41-0. The 2009 one was the Bounty Gate game, where they purposely injured Brett Favre. And 2017, that was the Nick Foles game, where he completely exposed our defense, and the Mike Zimmer Vikings just weren't ever good again. And thinking about this team just makes me kind of sad. And, everybody talks about how great Minnesota is, but, they just can't get over the hump. And, looking at all these statistics of how great the Vikings were in the regular season usually, I just kind of want to die, honestly. I'm sorry this has turned into a therapy session, but, that's what this team does to me. I'm sorry.
Interesting. Intriguing. All right, all right, nerd. What's the fucking computer say?
The computer is saying the Chicago Bears.
All right. All right, speaking of the Chicago Bears, my 21st team my 21st team is the Chicago Bears. I'm surprised I have him. I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised I have him this high.
Won't be the only one.
I feel like I like, just personally, when I looked at this list, I'm like, damn, I'm having the Bears pretty high. And then I look at it and I'm like, damn, I have the Bears pretty high. The thing with the Bears is it is a defensive-minded culture who's a franchise quarterback away from, I feel like, becoming known as one of the greats. I hope they can overcome it. I hope let's be honest. I think their future, if they hit on their draft picks, is going to be very good. If they hit on their draft picks. If they do, I'm not worried. The bright side is that they have 3 firsts. They can decide to trade those for recruit capital or take the best available. Lots of paths. They can trade Justin Fields away. I feel like there could be a potential bidding war to start. We'll see if there's some dominoes that need to fall down first. The sooner you trade Fields, I feel like the more value you can get, the sooner you do it. The Bears could be a very, very good team in the next year or so. The big $1 million question though is, can they do it? We shall see. I mean, and they even anyways, right? Even if they don't have even if next year, right? The way how I see Carolina going, they're gonna have an early second round pick that they can use to acquire guys at the deadline. Montez Sweat has been a hit, but at the end of the day, can the Bears get over that hump? Right? The early 2000s, they were molded by a great defense and a legendary return man in Devin Hester. Let's see if they can find a legendary quarterback. Because if they can, I want to talk about how good the Bears are. Come on, Bears. Be better than the Packers. I feel like you're the only team, other than the Lions, that can do it. Beat the Packers, Bears. You can do it. I mean, besides that, whenever I hear the McCaskies, Jesus Christ, what a thunderstorm. Does that happen to you guys?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, good lord. The thunder. It's the funny thing. It's clear skies. That's crazy. Whew.
That's just crazy.
Yeah. But, I mean, let's get some offense into that defensive minded. I think the Bears can find a franchise quarterback before at least the Raiders do. Please.
Yes.
God willing. That's my 21st ranked team. Yeah. So, Aiden, you're next.
We're not
Exactly.
bottom 10. We're not bottom 10.
This is the lowest ranked teams they have at the Super Bowl.
For the Colts, basically because for all the talent they've had, for all the fact that they've had two great quarterbacks.
They have one. I know, but Aiden.
They have won Super Bowl, but they've had a lot of
They've won a Super
shortcomings as well.
That's true.
Like I said, they're the lowest.
That's a hot take. I would say that.
I'm saying this more because of their ownership and the fact that they keep wasting some of their talented players, and I hope they don't waste Anthony Richardson at all.
I will say this.
That's more of
I'm very happy that I no longer have the hottest take here.
That's
Well, my take was just trauma dumping about the Vikings, so.
Luke is speechless.
Indianapolis Colts. Okay. Oh fuck. Indianapolis Colts. Okay. I had to turn on text to speech. Okay, yeah. Here's the thing. That's more of a hot take than the Panthers.
Yeah.
I mean, even still, right? Even if the Colts, have never won a Super Bowl, multiple deep playoff runs with Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck pulling a dead weight of a carcass to a conference championship. Sure, it got murky in the middle, and I can understand, wasting generational talents, but dude, the fucking Packers, man. The Packers are about to do it to three potentially generational quarterbacks in back-to-back succession, right? And we're not going to look at how they failed, right? Aaron Rodgers still won the Super Bowl, right? Colts at 21. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know.
I'm not sure about that, Jim.
I don't know, but okay.
I don't know, Jim.
I mean, all right, Colts are 21. Okay, Nick. Holy shit.
For 21. I put the Dallas Cowboys. Everything that could be said about this franchise has already been said. Everything that could be said about their fans has already been said. Everything that could be said about how the media treats them, how the media talks about them all the time, has already been said. Dallas Cowboys are a team of disappointment in the 21st century, a team that does not evolve, a team that does not understand that the way that used to lead great things to them has not worked since the 1990s, and I feel like the Dallas Cowboys really aren't gonna fucking learn that until it punches them right in the face and just tells them, hey, this isn't working, like, you gotta fucking change. And obviously that punch could also just mean Jerry Jones dying. However, Jerry Jones looked like the kind of man, or he has the ego and the personality to live until he's 100. So you know what? I think Dallas fans are still gonna have to wait a bit. But yeah, everything that can be said about this team has already been said.
Dude, I'm looking forward to like the 95 plus year old senile fucking Jerry Jones when he's gonna become the new fucking Oakland Raiders, making just shit moves after shit moves. I can't wait for the next era,
if he survives
man.
if he survives that long, I get the feeling that like the future Cowboys era will make this Cowboys era look like a golden age, because we saw how bad it got with Al Davis in his senile years. Like I don't even want to imagine how bad it gets with Jerry Jones when he goes senile.
We just need to resurrect Dacky. He'll get us to the playoffs. Oh god. We'll just need to trade Dacky for 3 first-round picks. But sir,
No,
you
he's gonna have Dak Prescott as his head coach.
Oh my fucking god. Well, who knows?
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna make a prediction right now, because I already know where this is going with Dallas. They're gonna make the playoffs. They'll lose in the first round. They'll let McCarthy go because his contract is gonna expire. Note how I said this team is being ran just like the Pittsburgh Steelers. They don't fire coaches, they just let their contracts expire. And I'm gonna say it right now. In 2025, with Mike Zimmer as defensive coordinator, the Dallas Cowboys will hire Deion Sanders as their next head coach.
Oh,
that's a scorching hot take.
I'm only saying that because I just remember something about the fact that Deion Sanders is good friends with Mike Zimmer. And all I'm saying is it would be a very Jerry Jones type move to make Deion Sanders the head coach.
It would be.
I did say that, I think.
It's something that I think I could sense in 5 years. I I feel what Dion would do is I think he wants to build. It'd be a stupid move, I think, right? If you were to do it, say, after Mike McCarthy gets fired after, well, contract conveniently is out at the end of the next football season, to go with Deion Sanders, because let's look at his first tenure in what was the most competitive rendition of the Pac-12. And the key word is he didn't have to play Washington, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I will say this. I don't see it actually happening. But it's so funny to think about. It's so funny to think about the fact that I could just imagine Jerry Jones. He lets Mike McCarthy's contract expire. It's like, you know what? You know fucking what? We need Deion Sanders. We need prime time in this fucking building. Okay.
Yeah, he'll say some shit
like a big
name
head coach. We need a big fucking name head coach as our guy, and Deion's that guy. You understand that?
Yeah, he'll be like, see, I don't hate black people. I hired Deion Sanders as my head coach.
Deion Sanders as a head coach. I mean,
I'm
really excited.
One more prediction, just for the sake of it. Dak Prescott gets traded to the Broncos, and they draft Deion's son at quarterback.
Yeah.
I see that more. I see Shadur going to the Cowboys more likely than Deion Sanders coaching at the NFL level.
Yeah, I can see that genuinely.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I need to see how he does in the Big 12 and then transitions into either the SEC or the Big 10. I need to see college football's gonna be fucking weird next year. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be like
By the way, one more thing about the Pac-12, I just want to say the
Mhm.
guy who was like the commissioner of the Pac-12 throughout all that chaos just got fired, which is hilarious.
I really wish they should have done it differently for negotiating for it, especially with the teams. I know they tried to get on ESPN, but I really would have told the schools, hey, let's wait a little bit. We can show that these past few years we've been the most competitive we have ever been. It's a shame that Pac-12 went out the way it did, but hey, went out with a bang. Next year, college football is going to be pretty fucking weird. Especially if there's fallout from the ACC. Oh boy, if there's fallout from the ACC, oh my god, that's gonna be something that is a spectacle for the ages if the ACC falls, because then it's gonna be just the power two, or if somehow the Big 12 can rope in the big schools somehow. Ugh, college football is gonna be fucking weird next year. Holy cow!
Tegan, I think it's your turn.
All right, taking her up. Second last one.
Well, for my 21st place, I had the Arizona Cardinals.
Mm.
All right.
I will say this and only this.
Over the Carolina
Even
Panthers. It's crazy.
I think there is something. I felt the Arizona Cardinals were a lot closer to winning a Super Bowl, even being in the Super Bowl, than the Panthers did.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you're kind of right. That game with Cardinals and Steelers. Holy shit, that was a fucking great game. That was a great game.
Plus, I think the Cardinals' 5-year peak is better than the Panthers' Super Bowl times.
We'll see. All right, Spencer. Who's your 20 round? Next team.
Well, here's the part where I keep punching myself in the dick because
Oh my god, the Minnesota Vikings made number 21 as well.
Nope, the Oakland Las Vegas Raiders.
Holy shit, this high?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm surprised they made this one.
Because
Why?
Because unlike the Minnesota Vikings, they have at least made a Super Bowl since 1999. It hurt me to do this, and
I mean, I could not. I understand the Super Bowl and the deep playoff runs, but the future outlook doesn't even look bright.
I still can't even do it because it feels like
Yeah.
every time the Raiders have something good going for them, it gets overshadowed by drama or
yeah,
an injury or because I mean the main thing people remember from the Raiders is the fact that they got destroyed by their former head coach, and basically almost all the players basically felt like that their own head coach had sabotaged their Super Bowl.
this is more of a Vikings fan slitting his wrist kind of moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I see it. I in good faith just could never put the Raiders. I did my list, like this is like my 13th rendition of me moving around stuff, and every time I go I do this, am I really putting the Raiders still? But they were super good in the early 2000s. But like what happened afterwards is just ugh. Just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I have ranked the Vikings the lowest, and it feels bad. It feels very, very bad. I expected at least some trolling from like Nick or not Nick, Tegan or Ozza.
Wow.
No, they taking the. I think I have the Vikings. I think at 16. I think that's high, but I think they've had good moments. I think even though no Super Bowl appearances, I feel like their time should hopefully come sooner than later.
Hopefully. I just hope it comes while my dad is still alive, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right,
Sorry.
Tegan, what does the number run? What is the nerd device say?
The nerd bot.
What does your fucking nerd butt say? What does the nerd bot say?
Miami
Negative
Dolphins.
2.5 Miami Dolphins.
2.5?
Negative 2.5.
Damn.
They really favored Miami when it came to the regular season because they only had a negative 9.
Yeah, the Dolphins haven't been that bad. They've been not great. But yeah, okay. All right, number 20 for me, and this is we're going to go up to 20 because oh good lord, if we keep going till 16, I think we're going to be here till like fucking 1 a.m. We're going to do
It'll be like 5 in the morning.
We're going to do 32 to 20 and then 19 to 11 next week. And then we're going to do our top 10 cuz this is pretty fun.
This is the first of a 3-part series.
Even if I keep bringing things down.
All right, I have the Buffalo Bills. Recency bias is an implication, and the future outlook still says a competitive football team. It's just the only downside is there is a wonderful person in this division called conference called Patrick Mahomes, and they have to figure out how to beat what could be possibly the best quarterback.
Well, shoot, they couldn't even beat Joe Burrow. That's the thing.
The thing that really will set the Bills in this era, right, as probably just the team that will just that sets their legacy is they have to somehow, some way, be able to overcome the big four, right? You're gonna have to fight again. As much as Tua is average skills he is, I mean they still have a fantastic offense that they've been able to beat. I'll give it to them, but you're gonna have to beat the big four: Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Trevor Lawrence. You're going to have to beat probably 3 of these quarterbacks just to make the Super Bowl. They're gonna have to figure out how are we going to be able to beat these 3 quarterbacks, especially them. They've been snake bitten. It's been bad news bears. There's been the drought, but the aura of a competitive team still reigns very true to me. As long as they can maintain competitiveness, hey, that'll be great. But they can be very well like the Minnesota Vikings, where they're just great, but they're just never in the dance, right? They're always out there, but the bouncer goes, nah, fam. And it's unfortunate that you're going to have to deal with Patrick Mahomes in the same era as potentially as one of your great quarterbacks, having a potential Hall of Fame quarterback. And that's the same that's going to go for Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence, and the one man that's been only able to do it, Joe Burrow. He's going to have to do it again, and I guarantee you it's not going to get easier unless Patrick Mahomes has a season-ending injury. We don't like to pray for injuries.
Even then, I don't exactly have faith in Josh Allen to get past Chad Henne.
I think
it's not Chad Henne anymore. It's Blaine Gabbert.
I think my thing with Josh Allen, it's we know what his ceiling is, and they got to actually put pieces in place to actually where they can elevate around him. Like, I don't know how much, like, you look at somebody like Stephon Diggs, how much is once he's done, oh boy.
I think he wants out right now. Like,
no, he's more I haven't heard much, although it is
I have.
the first
Believe
week of
me,
the
I
off
have.
season.
I mean, I'll say this. I said about the retool and how I feel Buffalo. They
Mhm.
need to do a retool now because 3 straight years can't get past the divisional round. You gotta fucking change something now, and retool needs to happen. But also, it really tells me the fact that for 3 straight years this team can't get past the divisional round. They're just not good enough. Simple as that.
My thing with it is Sean McDermott done? Does
Uh,
is moving off of Sean McDermott the one chance that you have? Has he worn out his welcome in Buffalo? Because again,
I mean,
they haven't gotten it done.
Who would be his
my thing is
replacement,
this.
though?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say
Young
this. My thing would be
offensive
this.
Ben Johnson.
Famous. Hold on. Let me say this because my thing with Sean McDermott was after that game, I said it like, okay, if you're Buffalo, I feel like you have a decision to make. You're either keeping him or you're moving off of him because either Jim Harbaugh or Ben Johnson's walking through that door. And obviously now we know Harbaugh's not walking through that door. But if this happens again, then you better hope to God Ben Johnson's walking through that door.
100%. I absolutely agree. I wish Buffalo Bills the greatest luck. Luckily, they should be hopefully in position to draft a young wide receiver. I would love to see a young, talented wide receiver go play for. But I want Buffalo to win. Damn it! I want Buffalo to win. I feel like they've been such in the shadow of the New England Patriots for so long. Get it done, Buffalo. Come on. I want you to get it done. But until then, bottom half of the league. They've been mid in this era of football.
Yeah.
Aiden,
Bills and
you're up.
Vikings are very much Eskimo brothers in the sense that,
Spencer,
we're both.
we don't use the word
Or-
Eskimo. We just say ugly fish face.
All right, guys. So you know how I surprised everyone by, by ranking the Colts pretty low because of a crap culture and all that. I'm gonna be honest. Recency bias and a cultural shift plus a bright outlook have actually gotten me kind of high on this team. Number 20, I have the Lions,
That's way too high.
and I get it, and I get it. 0-16, wasting a lot of generational talents. But look at this team right now, and don't tell me this team ain't gonna be a
I
pain
feel
in the
like I
ass for
have
the
the
NFC.
Detroit Lions too high. I like the
Yeah.
bright future, but I feel like if we did this again 5 years from now, and the Lions have made a Super Bowl appearance, 1000% keep them up. But like, woo, it's a little. You're gonna put the Lions over the Colts? You're putting the Lions over the Colts. The Colts who have had multiple deep playoff runs, Super Bowl appearances, like 2 Super Bowl appearances with a Super Bowl victory over the Lions who've just made a conference championship. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've been kind of like half and half on that, but like I said, culture kind of plays a factor
I even
because
feel
I'm
like-
not really that high on the Colts
I
culture.
feel like
Like, I'm
Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen. I'm more higher on them. All
Let me tell
right.
you-
All right.
Let me
We're
tell you.
fine.
Holy shit.
All right, Nick.
Okay.
Spit your truth.
Last one.
Yes.
Last one
Yeah,
for
so
you.
last
What's your
one.
20?
Last one for me. Feels fitting to put this team here because at number 20, it is the team that I root for, and it is the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
Yes, the Bears. And I feel like there's a great way to sum up the Bears. The Bears, in terms of a stat I saw, I think they have arguably one of, if not the highest number, in terms of teams, they're up there for the highest number of Hall of Famers. Like in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the Bears have arguably the most. And simply put, it's incredible to think about that when you also consider that in terms of quarterback play, the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer in a season. And that's, wild to think about, seeing how many Hall of Famers we've had, and yet a franchise as well known, a franchise in a market as big as Chicago has so much trouble getting something as simple as a quarterback that can throw the ball well. And it really says something that, in terms of the best quarterback play that I've seen as a Bears fan in my life, in terms of not overall consistency, not overall in a season, but in terms of the best stretch of play I've seen from a quarterback, was Josh McCown in 2013. Now, to be completely fair, Josh McCown in those 5 games looked incredible. I mean, it's insane to think that in five starts for the Bears, he put up 13 touchdowns, 1 interception, and 1,800 yards. That's unheard of for a Bears quarterback, and it really fucking says something that of all quarterbacks to do that for us, it's Josh McCown.
Honestly, they would have made the playoffs that year if Mark Trestman knew how many downs were in American football.
I agree with that. I do agree with that, and honestly, I mean, it feels like with the Bears, it's like, for a lot of their history, like, not just history, but also just in terms of this 21st century, the Bears, for the most part, have almost been like the Jaguars, or honestly the Bills before, they got Josh Allen, in terms of, like, they're forgettably bad. Like, they're bad, but they are very forgettable, and nobody likes to talk about them, because for a lot of times, they're a boring team to watch. And you just look at, how many coaches we've gone through. Like, I mean, it's well documented, going from Trestman to Fox, to Nagy, to Eberflus. It's been a rough trend. Been a rough trend, to say it lightly. And the fact that, I've seen in my life, because I was too young for 2006, I've seen this team win one playoff game, and that was 2010 against the Seahawks. And that was before Jay Cutler got hurt, and things didn't exactly go well against the Packers in the NFC title game. But obviously, I mean, it's just honestly with the Bears, it's like, I know damn well, like, there is a lot of pieces here that can make something great happen, that can make a bright future happen. And obviously, we already know the damn story. Just get a quarterback, that's all you gotta do. All you gotta do to make results happen, I don't care who it is, just find a damn quarterback, and we go from there. But obviously, seeing how the Bears' history has gone, much easier said than done. And bless you.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's the Bears in a nutshell. And honestly, I might as well just say to McCaskey, because why not? Because you know what? Here's a little lightning strike for you.
Okay, so this next one, I've honestly been flip-flopping since the beginning. There are 2 teams that, like, that I just couldn't, like, really get over. Because one had made it further than anyone else, but did not have all the success to show for it. But the other, while they consistently made it, they couldn't get past the hump. But after, like, finally debating, I decided that Dallas Cowboys are fit for number 20.
I just shot my pants again. Apparently, I'm just scrolling through Twitter, and I know Julio Rodriguez is dating a soccer player. I didn't know that she was Canadian. On top of that, she's from fucking Chilliwack.
Bro, you got the ultimate chance to fucking date a Seattle Mariner, bro.
Holy shit.
Go for the one with the massive fucking dumpy, bro.
Holy fucking shit. Doing Chilliwack proud. Doing Chilliwack proud. Anyway, Spencer, what's your number 20?
20. I'm gonna go with the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, they've been not great, but I will say their Glendale era has been a huge improvement over pretty much everywhere else they've been.
Agreed.
Like whether that's in on Racine Avenue in Chicago, St. Louis, Sun Devil Stadium.
Sunday
they've
Stadium is so fucking ugly.
yeah, just I can't believe they had the nerve to host a Super Bowl there. They should have hosted that at the Dome in St. Louis, but that is 30 years. What's going on?
What's going on?
What?
Not me. That's not me, I think.
I hear
I mean-
tapping.
Was there like a cat or something?
No, tapping. I heard tapping, though. But I
No, I
don't
mean,
think
like-
it was me.
Yeah, it was not me. I
No.
thought there was like a cat that was playing with like the.
I'm on my phone. Tegan, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything, dude. My phone's like
Yeah, I don't know
all the
what the
other
fuck
way
that
from
was.
me.
It wasn't
Are you
me,
looking at
though.
photos of Sainijima again?
It sounded like
No. Just I don't know what the heck happened. Maybe I accidentally like stepped on my phone or something, or maybe I was just tapping the floor. I don't know.
anyway. The Cardinals made a really good run with Kurt Warner making it to the Super Bowl, and I think they would have made it back again, or at least to the NFC Championship again, if they didn't run into the Bounty Gate Saints, who, unknown to, known by not as many people as the Brett Favre scandal, Kurt Warner was also part of target on that bounty program. And I think Carson Palmer being traded from the Raiders to the Cardinals was one of the best things to happen to that franchise. And they made some good runs there. And even with Drew Stanton, he was pretty good. And I really liked their Hail Larry that they did in the 2015 divisional game to beat the Packers in overtime. Which, if you don't remember, it was essentially 3 plays, 75 yards, touchdown in overtime, and pretty much all of the gains were the Larry Fitzgerald. It was pretty cool and a little therapeutic after Wide left. And honestly, I don't think it's been going that bad with Kyler Murray. I just think, and I think Jonathan Gannon is kind of overhated as a head coach. I think, I think the Philly dickheads are just salty that, they had to deal with Matt fucking Patricia, but I digress.
Cannon's fine. He's fine so far. At least
Yeah,
the one thing I will say is that the Arizona Cardinals, there is some form of promise in how weak the NFC is. Kyler Murray just had to show that he can throw ball, and he can very well throw ball. So
yeah, Stuart Little looks great in the pocket.
So it's not all doom and gloom. Could the Cardinals, could it be bad? It obviously could be much better. But at least the bright side is Paris Johnson Jr. looks good. They have the potential to land another Larry Fitzgerald-esque talented wide receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr. to waste for the next 15 years.
And they have another first-round pick, courtesy of the Houston Texans.
It is although it is a mid to late first round, but it's
still a nice little bonus.
Still, if you hit on that, I think you'll be good for a while. It's surround Kyler Murray with talent,
and I think there's plenty of teams who need a quarterback that would love to trade up to that spot.
If they were 3, I would love if they were 3, but they're 4, so they're.
No, I mean up to 27, because I don't think Bo Nix is falling much further than that.
But wait, Texans are at 27.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's a late first round. We'll see what you can get for it. But
Yeah, see.
yeah, we'll see what you can get.
Either way, I'm kind of excited for the Cardinals, and you know.
They should be good. But it depends what happens, and I think next year
But
you're
yeah,
gonna have to show some strides.
You can definitely tell how I ranked my teams based on.
I know I don't hate your list. I don't think you're. I mean, Bills I think are a little too low, but I don't hate it. It's about it. At least you didn't say the Colts at fucking 21, and you're never hearing the end of that. You're never hearing the end of that.
Hey, guys! I think we still have one more.
The computer bot.
It's right. The robot.
The robot.
I don't think this is gonna be over yet because this is gonna be a discussion. At negative 1.5, we have the New York Jets.
Wow, that's pretty high.
The New York Giants.
The Giants. Ooh.
Yeah, I can see why it came out to -1.
Yeah, I can see why.
I can see why the Giants. Here's the thing: they've jerked themselves into 2 Super Bowl wins. The computer has put them in the right spot. Wait, have they won? No, they lost to the Ravens. They lost to the Ravens that year.
They've made 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of them.
Right.
That's why Michael Strahan has. I believe that's why Strahan has 1 ring instead of 2.
My thing with the Giants, this will kind of end off on. They know when to play. They knew when to really play good football, especially with Eli Manning. Spectacular Moments really shines well, but at the end of the day, I do think that Eli Manning will not be a Hall of Famer because he didn't 2 Super Bowl wins, but that's it. There's nothing there. True, it's the ultimate prize, but you kind of want a little more. It's going to be the Eli Manning to does he make Canton will be a long discussion. And don't get me wrong, Eli's a good guy. But yeah, no, the Giants at 1.5, negative 1.5. Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, I'd drink a beer with Eli.
Yeah, they've had a lot of they've been very underwhelming, but 2 Super Bowl wins kind of really shadows it. And even at the end of the day, the Giants are in the top 10 because why? 2 Super Bowl rings is more than 0.
And and for me, with my requirements, the second the Vikings win a Super Bowl, they're instantly launched from number 22 to number 9.
Yeah, the Vikings will be lampooned. But
I think for me, Super Bowls, they're gonna play a huge factor in some rankings.
Winning a Super Bowl cures all aliases. It cures everything. You could not win for 24 years, but 1 Super Bowl win in 8-8, that's the ultimate prize. That is the ultimate prize.
Please.
Spoiler alert, there's a reason why my Niners are not ranked in the top 5.
Well, they haven't won a Super Bowl. No shit.
Exactly, that's why.
Duh.
Exactly, that's why.
It's...
But they're still ranked relatively high, but not top 5. I'll explain to you when I get to there.
Not quite Mary Jane high.
Not quite there yet.
Just half an edible high.
But anyways, that's gonna do it for us. If we keep going, we're gonna be here till 1 a.m.
It's already 2 a.m. in some places.
I'm talking West Coast time. Your time zone doesn't exist to me.
CST.
Our time zone is superior.
Yes, West Coast superiority. Even when I go
Nick,
to
shut up! You're not even on the coast.
even when I
Shut
go
up.
to Mountain
Shut the fuck up.
Time, I will still say West Coast is best coast. For good reason. I love the
DSP
Western Time. Mountain Time won't be so bad though.
Mountain Time cringe. Bad.
It's just an hour ahead.
No, Mountain Time's an hour behind.
Shut up! Your time zone doesn't exist.
What about Eastern?
Eh.
See?
Still 3 hours ahead.
I'm the only one on the podcast who is on
No,
Eastern
Spencer,
time.
you're Eastern time zone. You're a trooper, man.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock where you're
Yeah,
at
it's
right now.
it's approaching 3 o'clock where I am.
So, anyways, if someone could screenshot what we have and we'll post it on our socials, find out who's number 19 to 11 next week on the Untitled.
I already got
Series.
my stuff filled out, so like.
Yeah, I got my stuff
It's
filled out.
just
and-
because I don't want to be here till 1 a.m. I knew this was gonna go long. I didn't know it'd go this long. And this is a perfect topic to talk about off-season football.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be like, like...
Disorganized.
Otherwise, we'd be talking about our feelings like some nerds.
No, it'd be like,
disorganized
it'd be like
mess.
something like... Be something like top 10 Godzilla monsters I'd want to fuck.
Stop.
God.
Alright, we're at the point where we should probably end things. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Tune in next week to see who is number 11 through 19. This has been fun. I hope we get to do more of this in the future. Yeah, and anyways, let us know down in the comments who are your teams that are number 20 through 32. I still think Aiden is crazy. Colts at 21. Holy hell. I'm never letting you hear the end of this. Not because you're going to be in Vancouver in one weekend in March and there's like no way in hell we'll be able to meet up unless it's like Saturday breakfast at the crack of fucking dawn. It's possible! But anyways, take care guys, and I'll see you next week.
See ya.